And, you know, Ambassador John Evans is here already, so I won't talk about the world human condition. It's not in good shape. And within that context, we have the Armenian condition, which is not in good shape either. That's one of the reasons why we have this conclave to talk about the diaspora, how it can get together, how can it unify itself, and how in that context, in that mobilized context, come up with a leadership structure that can help the homeland. And therefore, with these words, somewhat belatedly, I'd like to invite our first speaker. Now, our first speaker is professor at Cal State University, Long Beach. He has a very distinguished record. His bio is right there. He's published so many books. And he is an expert in the behavioral sciences. Several of his books are on display. How many are out there, Dr. Demirjian?
Four.
4 of them. And during the break, you're welcome to look at them. They're located to the left on the table. And he will be there during the lunch hour to sign those who want his signature. And I highly recommend those books. And therefore, I'd like to invite at this point, without further ado, Professor Andrew Demirjian to talk about the persuasive power of numbers, a call for political clout. Andrew, thank you for accepting our invitation and being here.
Where's the mic? How does the wireless mic? Thank you for the kind words, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let me take care of these things.
Testing. That's good. Absolutely.
Do not interfere.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be here this morning to share with you some of my thoughts on the unity of the Armenian people. At least we could think about it, okay, and dream about it. So, the title of my presentation is The Persuasive Power of Numbers, a Call for Political Clout. As a plan of presentation, first, I will be telling you a true story. Secondly, I will relate to you how I got involved, drafted into this murky, difficult topic of worldwide Armenian organization. Then I will introduce you to a new book on worldwide Armenian organization, very briefly. Thirdly, I will be discussing the power of critical mass concept, followed by the application of critical mass concept to a small group of people who were politically very insignificant, but they made hay out of critical mass concept. Finally, I will be concluding with a personal statement. Now, the true story. There was this rich and benevolent man in Beverly Hills. He was enjoying the evening in his beautiful garden. All of a sudden, Ginny comes and tells the man, "You have been good to Armenians, therefore I have one wish for you. I grant you one wish." The man, without any hesitation, says, "I want you to build me a bridge from my house on the hill to Hawaii." Ginny drops his jaw, raises his eyes, and says, "This would be a complex project even for me. If you had another wish, what would it be?" The man thinks for a while and then says, "I just can't understand my fellow Armenians. They all speak about unity, national unity. Can you explain to me why they haven't gotten organized yet? Can you help? Ginny says, how many lanes did you say you wanted in that bridge? So we all know very well that unity has been very elusive. It has been the holy grail of the Armenian people. Hopefully, there will be a turning point in this last, long-lasting tradition. So, before I proceed with what really prompted me to get into this murky, as I said, difficult topic, let me ask you this. How many of you have heard or read Turkish cruelties upon Christian Armenians, a reign of terror? Let me see the hands. Okay. Quite a number of you. Good. Now, I might be shaking because I had a car accident in October, and my system is full of chemicals. Okay? It's not that I am nervous with you. No. So put up with me. Thank you. Now, how I got involved in this topic. To do that, we have to get into my time machine and go back to 1980s. Back then, I was teaching full-time and working on my degree. For my research, I had to collect data, enter on punched cards, okay, and then take it to a mainframe computer for analysis. Whenever there was a long line, I would go to the library to catch up with my reading, to educate my brain, such as reading the Playboy magazine, and so on. So, on a fateful day, I came across this. It was written that the Greeks, the Bulgarians, the Serbians became independent, but the Armenians had failed. That really shook my world. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I kept saying, why? Why? There were 3 reasons given. And I directly quote. It says, 1, there was no organization that bound all Armenians together. They were scattered communities with no bond of union except their language and church creed. 3rd, these communities were ignorant of each other, and they were jealous of each other's prosperity. Now, these 3 seismic, seminal sentences had a profound impact on me. Why? Why, I kept asking it. So, one day, in 2009, my good friend, Apo Jabarian of US Armenian Life magazine asked me parenthetically if I had a book in the offing on worldwide organization. The idea had merit, so we ended up with publishing the viability of a worldwide Armenian organization, questing for Western Armenia, and yes, for Galicia too. Very briefly, the book has 3 parts. Part 1 talks about the rationale of the book for a worldwide organization. Part 2, it talks about the methodology, how to build an efficient and effective world organization. Part 3, it covers the challenges and opportunities for a scattered nation, such as we are, right? Now, it has 2 salient features that I really should mention that. One is a passionate foreword written by none other than Mr. Charles Paskarian. Wow. If you read that, you will see what Armenian means. The second feature is an epilogue. A succinct but compelling epilogue written by one of the most popular personalities in the diaspora, if not in the world. You guessed it right, Harut Sasunyan. I hate him. I hate him. Don't tell him that I said that. So, back to reality. The main argument of the book centers on the contention that there is power in numbers. Furthermore, power is essentially derived from three sets of sciences. One, physics, social behavioral sciences. And the power we obtain is critical mass through tipping point, spontaneous reaction, and leverage. Second set of sciences, biology, insect behavior, primate group behavior sciences. And the power we derive is swarm intelligence and influence. The third one is the art, science, and practice of teamwork. And the power we obtain from that is synergy. So, we ask this question. Often I asked, how do we get leverage in politics? How do they all, there are more experienced people to answer that question. However, I would say that for every practical method, there is a good paradigm behind it to explain. So, to reword it more theoretically, more scientifically, we would say how critical mass produces or generates power. To do that, I really don't have time to give examples in physics, in social psychology, in group behavior, or political science. So I summarize this for the interest of time. Critical mass is the crown jewel of any organization, of any association, of any nation, of any company, of any army, of any weapon. This is what they shoot for. Absolutely. How do we get it? Aggregation of certain elements. Okay? In physics, it is fissionable material that splits over time. In social psychology, it is human activity that increases over time. In group behavior, human group behavior, or political science, it is the individual forming and or joining an organization and growing over time. So these elements, they grow in size, appropriate size. They come to a tipping point. It's like a balloon, you inflate it. The slightest increment would burst. And we say that spontaneous reaction, natural reaction. It's internally propelled. No outside agent acts upon it. And the result is, of course, power. A universal currency. What do we do with power? It's leverage. Leverage in modalities, political negotiations. It is leverage in, let's say, finance. Leverage, we would say, it is a power, it's a tool we use, negotiations between two individuals or two groups, two nations, two armies, two enemies. Husband and wife too. Right? So, the application, very quickly, I would go through application to show you how a small group, politically insignificant, utilized critical mass, and they achieved a lot of things that we learn from. The Inuit inhabited the northern regions of North America. They were scattered people. They wanted to be in control of their destiny. Also, they wanted to settle a territorial dispute with Canada. So, self-appointed leaders, they wrapped their brains around the notion of establishing a self-governing nation. Wow. A big dream. To their deep dismay, they discovered that they could not tackle the problem with a handful of activists. However, they had the elasticity of the time, of the brain, of the mind, to know that if they worked together in an organization, they could fight leviathans. So part of the calculus was the priority of coalescing. So in 1977, representatives from 3 main nations, Denmark, Greenland, USA, Alaska, Canada, Northwestern territories, they met. They formed, for the first time, Inuit World Organization. Thereafter, they launched their activists. They launched their attorneys. Battle after battle, the attorneys prevailed. In 1993, they established jurisdictions over which the Inuit had authority. Collectively, these jurisdictions they named Nunavut, our land, in Inuktitut language. And on April 1, 1999, Nunavut was officially separated from Northeast Territories. It became the newest, the largest federal territory of Canada, the size of Western Europe, 64 times bigger than the Republic of Armenia. It's a success story. I can't get into it. I don't have time to do that. If we just say, how could they do it? They just experiment with critical mass. They utilized it as a group, cohesiveness, without infighting, internecine fights, and so on. And they succeeded. They gained critical mass through the formation of a worldwide organization. Now, if the Inuit could do it, can Armenians do it? Well, if Armenia is the cradle of the birthplace, not the cradle, I have a book on that, guy, of civilization. If united, we can do it. That's my conviction. So, in conclusion, this is a personal statement. The history of the crucible genocide is reaching a centennial. What a great present. What a glorious gift we would give the Armenian people if we were to put our differences aside and capitalize on a common ideology. Consensus has it that the burning ideology should be, one, to protect the interests of Armenian communities around the world. Together we could do it. Two, to pursue the Armenian cause relentlessly. In solidarity, we could do it. Three, to seek justice so that we all begin to heal our open wounds. Hand in hand, we could do it. We have the talent. We have the knowledge. We have the talent. Look around you. This place is teeming with talent. With your help, we could do it. Knowledge. We have the knowledge. Yes, we do have the knowledge. By enlisting our highly educated, highly experienced new generation. Mind to mind, we could do it. Well, knowledge is power. We all know that. Yes, knowledge is power. But enthusiasm is the switch. Let's all pull on our personal switches in order to put the Armenian nation on a course to gain critical mass so that we all enjoy political clout. Together we could do it. And in so doing, we would prove Genie wrong by showing the world that the wish and the will of the Armenian people are unstoppable in pushing the envelope until justice is served by gaining critical mass. We would all rise to the challenge and succeed only if we do it together as one cohesive team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Demirjian, for mixing the scientific approach with passion. I think you got the message and got it very clearly. And at this point, we quickly switch to our second presenter, Dr. Arshalish Chiknaborian Azenbauer. She is a scientist. She's a scientist with long experience at the United Nations as senior advisor to the UNDP on climate change in the Caribbean and all kinds of world issues which are outlined in her brief biography, and that's a very small portion of the biographies of these very distinguished presenters, by the way, today. She holds a doctorate in chemical engineering from Vienna Technical University, and she's published many an article and special presentations and scientific papers through the United Nations. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Arshalish to speak about Armenian unity and international politics. She comes from all the way from Vienna. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Seri Barekamner. First of all, let me to thank the organizer of this conference for the tremendous effort and vision for bringing us together to express and exchange our views for the benefit of our nation. Secondly, on behalf of those present here and on behalf of diaspora Armenians, I want to recognize and thank Armenians having survived the genocide for their efforts, hard work, and dedication to stand up on their feet and protect our values and heritage. We also have to thank our parents and not to forget why we are today here. And also be proud that having such a terrible genocide, we have survived. And today, after the losses of 1.5 million Armenians, we are here presenting us 10 million Armenians in 90 years. This is what shows our strength. That shows that we can survive and we can show to the world that what they had in mind, they didn't succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, under new, totally different circumstances that today we are living in this world, we have been able to adjust our way of life, accepting, integrating our values in a new societies while protecting our Armenian heritage. That was and is our demonstration and proof of our strength, ability, flexibility, and drive for survival, which also has been acknowledged by international community. We have to keep in mind that recognizing the past is the only way to build our future. By reviewing and understanding the different societies of diaspora Armenian spread around the world, compare our predecessor, we will surely find ourselves in a totally new world with new values, different perceptions, politics, expectation, aspirations. This is not the world that our parents lived in. These changes started slowly but surely into the 20th century, after the World War II, when the United Nations were created in order to reduce aggression of this world, reduce wars and conflicts, by creating a platform that a dialogue instead wars can be carried out. And through this, to bring a unification and put values for the world, that all of them will follow those values. In those discussions also were identified the rights of human rights, protection of the environment, rights of minorities, rights of women and children, many, many things which our society are with these problems facing. However, those putting together resolutions, understandings, and sharing the same tools in politics, they brought together the world, becoming closer and closer, smaller and smaller. Surely this politics being done together, still in different countries, the approach may be different. But however, all the world today have to follow certain codes of conduct, and they cannot walk out of it. People, especially Armenians, may have maybe underestimated the UN or what is happening internationally and what is happening, what is changing in this world. And to see how in this changing international politics and the way of life, how we can advance our cause. It is a reality that through the UN and its member states, the world has become to a very, very clear-cut political world. Although some countries, some governments can walk out of it, but very rarely you have seen that they've succeeded at the end through the pressure of the international community. I have noted during my 40 years of work in the UN and traveling and working with 167 countries' governments that the Armenian communities around the world, I visited mostly where the Armenians were. I hardly noted that they were well aware what was going on in international politics and what are we doing, the Armenians in UN. Is UN worthwhile to be looked upon, or UN is a useless institution? Mostly I found out that they have no idea how UN is and how UN can be used to advance our Armenian cause. That's why I was very sorrowful. I noted also that our country, Armenia, when it became independent, never searched for his Armenians in UN or in international politics to work with them, to give hand to them, to maybe advance them with the experience that we gained during all this year working. That is a sad story, which I am not very happy, but that is something which has to be noted. But one of the more important issues is that while we are Armenians very proud of ourselves, and we say we are recognized internationally, however, until 2001, we had no voice in this world. Matter of fact, who were the Armenians? You are a nation when you can contribute in a political process. You can have a voice to say yes or no, not only in your cause, where other causes discuss. In this world, you give and you take. You support certain issues for others, and they support you. That was where Armenians didn't have, until we were voiceless in this world. Until in 2001, our nation became independent and gained first time in 2001 a voice in United Nations and could speak out and was there, Armenian Republic. I was I saw this, you cannot imagine how I felt about it. After 30 years being in UN at that time, I saw first time among nations written Armenian Republic of Armenia. This was this was an achievement. However, then you ask, what was then this voice done for Armenians? Unfortunately, I cannot answer the question. But what is the truth is that I don't believe that the Armenian government understood or was able to gather that they are representing 10 million Armenian voice, not the 3 million who are cut out of the world. We have silent voice of Armenians, diaspora, to give hand to our country. But unfortunately, our government got to the international community and international affairs without having diaspora and without asking for diaspora to be next to them. We in diaspora, however, having seen this disappointment since 2001, we had a chance to grasp in and get us in international scene, to be listened and to be heard as Armenian voice, as facilitator, as negotiator to the governments who are trying to shape out our destiny. And this was to participate in the ECOSOC of United Nations. This is another institution as powerful, maybe I'm not saying powerful in the sense of Security Council, but powerful enough that opening a platform that people's voice is heard. ECOSOC is the place where the mostly NGOs, very famous, very powerful NGOs, non-governmental organizations are registered. And you will be very surprised. They are not coming from developing countries mostly. These NGOs are mostly from Western countries, United States, from big organizations, churches, all kinds of organizations who want to mainstream their thinking to the government's decisions. There are thousands of them registered in ECOSOC, thousands. And they are working very, very strong. They are, matter of fact, the strongest group influencing the government decisions. Within, I will not even go so far to say within the Security Council, I'm not saying big things, wars and so on, but many things the governments are influenced, or the governments are using them to influence the certain things they want happens. So the Armenian diaspora could have been an NGO. We could have had hundreds of NGOs registered in ECOSOC. We could have worked, networking, and bring our thinkings through other NGOs that we support them, and we get support from them. That's the only way this world is working. You cannot ask anything when you don't give anything to them. So we missed the point until now. We have just 2, 3 NGOs, but do not do anything. So this platform, diaspora Armenians have missed, and I think is an opportunity to grasp and come up in international level who we are. We can negotiate, not in government level, but as effective as government level, if we know how to do it. Therefore, our country not only is small and weak, to my view, I'm speaking only from my gathering of experience of 40 years, being in UN and truly traveling all around the world, working with governments, is weak and small, remains weak, because our country is not connected to an international networking mechanism. We are not a party from this international think tank. We don't belong to any think tank. We try ourselves to do things, but I believe this is a problem. We have to believe in international cooperation, dialogue, also as much as dialogue between ourselves. Why Armenians are not open to the developments I've asked many times myself, and possibilities, why they don't look to the new openings, to the new world. Maybe it is due to lack of dialogue, lack of information, and not having unity among us. And our organization are not working together, not even in our country. In order to share and contribute and grasp opportunities, unity is a major ingredient, especially for small nations. We still believe that our old structures and polarized nation could address our national cause and demands in front of international and national authorities. Our way of presenting our nation is no longer appropriate. As a matter of fact, the old system is discrediting us. The analysis I'm presenting to you is not my view alone. I would like to share with you a very interesting story. 3 years ago, I was attending a conference a get-together in Washington. And there were 3, 4 US senators were invited who were with us. They were supporting the Armenian cause. They were there. So I took my time to talk to them and share with them certain issues on Armenian. And one of the senators were very blunt and friendly, told me, Madam, I have to tell you something. Your problem is your division. I said, why? How is that you tell me that? He says, well, he says, imagine you, on 24th of April, the day of your saddest day of Armenians, we have to keep Capitol Hill for whole day open. That whole day, hours between them differences, the different organization of Armenians can come and sign the condolence book. Because they don't want to see each other. They want to come separately. I was shocked. And he says, once we say, oh, it is not possible, we put them together, next year they canceled. Say, no, they don't want this. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we have some time to be a little bit sensitive, and we have to take really in our hands. We cannot make mocking out of us in this manner to present our nation. How can be this possible that we bring a day of our sad day, our national day, our cause, that we cannot be united to go and sign a book? We have to sign each of us alone? It is not possible and unacceptable. And that's why it is high time that we put aside, maybe we have different views on different matters, on economy, I don't know, whatever, but we cannot have different views on our national cause. On our national security, we have only one voice, one cause. And that has to be shared with all Armenians. There's no way that our enemies will split us, use us, misuse us, because each of us have different views and approaches to solve our national cause, how we have to protect our country. That is not acceptable. I hope that you agree with me. Therefore, I wanted to get to another question, and that is what it is I want to bring, that in our Armenian community, unfortunately, we have given too much importance of money. Money is very good. Money is needed to do something. Money is prosperity. But just to decide upon money decisions, actions, that's not right. Money is facilitator to put intellectuals' mind on work. Without that, money cannot work correctly. So, this has to change in our society, that money and intellectualism has to make music for us. And we have to prove to the outside that we are a cultured, intellectual nation. And that's why I believe that we have not placed well and presented well our wealth of intellectualism, our wealth of what we have in our nation. We have tried, and as happened always wrongdoers comes up and our enemies grasping, making our nation look like we are criminals, all of us. That's why we have to start to think well. We cannot react just on the moment that negative things happen. We have to be prepared. We have to prepare the grounds that nations will recognize themselves, that we have also intellectuals, advanced people, like we have a visibility as high educated people. We should look to our Governor Dukmenjian. I will salute him. People like Mr. Dukmenjian, Governor, this is what brings to visibility to our nation. These people are worth $1 billion, that you can have it. But what we are failing is that we don't produce enough Dukmenjians. We are not looking how we will get, what is our needs of our nation to keep us, to get us where we want. Not only just politics. We have to prepare the grounds for it. And therefore, I would say we need much more lawyers with knowledge in international law. We need a lot more people on politics. We need a lot more people being journalists, rapporteurs. We need media. We have to develop these skills, and we have to really mainstream these people to represent our nation, in order that those others, they will know that every nation will have some wrongdoers. Why not Armenians? But not. There are only wrongdoers in Armenian nation. And that is what we are failing. We are not. We are reacting only those moments, but we are not preparing the grounds, preparing the group or the promotions, what we have as wealth in Armenians. I wanted to go to other point, and this other point is that as much as we need Armenians' unity, and we have to unite ourselves, is no other question. Unity do not mean that we have to do everything together all the same. We have to unify ourselves, our common cause. That is a wrong interpretation when you speak on unity. Everybody speaks that, now everything is going to be in hand 1% or 10% or 5%. No. We have to unify on our national cause. That is the unity, what we are talking about, not other things. So we have also to recognize non-Armenians who have come and have stood up with us, and they make our cause their cause. I want to salute, as I did, to His Excellency Ambassador John Evans, that he really did our cause his cause. But, one thing what I'm missing all the time, that's the only thing what we do. We recognize among us, but that's not enough. We have to get one day in year, given that day of recognition, all our non-Armenians, that the list is very long in 20th century, even longer in 21st century. Non-Armenians that have stood up with us, governments, personalities, have shared with us our cause. We have to celebrate that day and make commemorative day of non-Armenians who are with us. We are not alone as we think, but we are not recognizing and we are not letting the world to know how many people are with us. And that is something which we have to change, in my opinion. I'm sorry, I know my time is going, but I wish to give you I had something more to say, but let me to conclude and conclude and to finish by this. By this. I would say that we are thankful to, until now, all Armenian institutions. They work for us. But now it's high time that they start to understand they have to come together and agree to a really working together in order to optimize our force, our funds, our actions, and really to, by this, to reach and to have a good idea where we are going. What we are missing, we have no strategy. Armenians have no strategy, neither in development nor in politics. Without strategy, we cannot reach anywhere. Strategy we have to develop. According to this strategy, we have to advance our cause. And everybody will have a share what part of the strategy they should do and to advance our cause. Therefore, if you don't believe in unity, my dear Armenians, and you will question this, don't question. Start, nothing we know, write up how it will work. It's going to go, and then we will see how it will develop. But you have to understand one thing with me. If you say unity is not, then I'm asking all of you to the end. How without unity could we stand up against a united 80 million Turks? How we can? How you imagine this? A well-organized group, 80 million people, with funds and everything standing in front of you. And we want to do what? With such piecemeal manner, we cannot reach anywhere. They are happy with this. We have to stop making our enemy happy. Because this same enemy has not recognized our genocide, and the same enemy is doing white genocide for our land and our people, and they want to do us that we will give up our legitimate right at the end because we will forget or become weak. We will never forget. We will never give up our legitimate right. Therefore, please, you have to organize yourself. It's high time that we end up our disagreement among us. Let us be disagreement, but let's find agreements also where we can come together and work together. At the end, unified, I will leave with you. You cannot project. I wish that we project is unified. That's what I try to give with you in order that you can keep with you. That is, unified is the gist of what I try to tell you. United, the intellectuals together, with focus funds and force, develop a very actions with dialogue, disciplines, in order that our dreams and demands come true. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arshaluis, for that very moving message from the United Nations. We do need many more NGOs after 700 plus years of non-statehood. Armenians are slow learners, despite the fact that most Armenians try to teach me every time I meet them about political realities. They're experts on politics, but they're not politically mature. It takes us a while to learn. Thank you, Arshaluis, for reminding us that. Very quickly, we have about 15 minutes for question and answer. We are behind about 10 minutes, so we need to catch up. There's a microphone there. Question should be short, and the answer should be short. Please, questions? Yes, ma'am.
Monetary fund. Well, I'm sorry. This is a question that always I never wanted to think too much on it, because the monetary fund is really, how I can say, if you know what you want and you know what you want to do, by borrowing money on the head of your nations, that's a good thing. It's a perfect investment. Austria, where I have, 1956, they borrowed tremendous amount of money. They put it in their social, education, infrastructure, and they gained it. Because then 20 years ago, with that money, they could have never done this. They invested well for their nation. But unfortunately, I must say, I have written also in the newspaper, it's not now I'm saying, in Armenia, a lot of debts we have made. But I am questioning what we have reached, what we have done. Have we created infrastructure? Have we put that money to advance our nation? I cannot answer you. You have to forgive me. I have my views, but I'm not going to express. But if you cannot use the money properly to advancement of your nation, your country, that is a waste. You are giving to your people a huge, huge debt. You're making poorer and poorer in the nation because they have to pay for it, but they have not decided for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question and good answer. I now recognize the very distinguished colleague of mine, Dr. Simon Simonia. He's now a scientist physician operating at UCLA. He's from the East Coast, and he just told me a couple of days ago that the Armenian National Academy of Sciences is praising his work, and he is going to be a member of the Academy. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Ekmedjan. I've been a member, actually, since 2002. the question I have of these distinguished speakers who really are telling us how to survive in a perpetual way rather than perish. The question I have is for us to look at our hand. 5 different digits. Let's imagine each digit on its own trying to make a living, not to perish. Would it work? Would each digit separately try to make a living, a little finger, would it get anywhere without all 5 working together? That's the question. That's the question. We perish singly. Same in an orchestra, each playing solo. They get nowhere. There's no music. There's no harmony. There's no survival forever like a composer's work. We are playing solo. We are playing single digits. We are going to perish unless we work together with different digits.
It's a statement. He's making a statement. I missed the question, but he's making a statement. I think it's a valid statement. And I would just simply say, lately I wrote an article and I submitted to APO to publish it. It has to do with the death in a murder of crows. And what it is, murder of crows, murder, that means a group of crows. And I took an example, just simply saying that we Armenians have this psychological problem of holding grudges. Our traditional parties, for example, 3 major ones, have been fighting constantly. It's about time that they really, put their arms down for the sake of the nation to go ahead. Now, crows, if you kill one crow, they will hold grudge against you. The entire group will never come to your house. The second thing, if a crow flies over a farmer's field and you shoot one, next year around they will not go over you. So let's not be like the crows. Let's be tolerant and accept. No one is perfect. I mean, in my article, I'm just simply saying that, look into the eyes of an Armenian. You see yourself. You're hating yourself. That's self-hatred. Put those differences aside for the sake of the group, and let's get ahead. That's what I would answer if you had asked me that question.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Any questions? Sir, please.
My question is addressed to Dr. Demirjian. The concept of critical mass is quite clear in physics. I would very much appreciate if Dr. Demirjian could give us the nuts and bolts and the principle in national politics. How do we go about it? We all agree about unity. We need it, but the nuts and bolts are the demon, and that's what we should tackle in detail, I think.
Who would like to take that?
That's a very good question you're asking. I thought you would never do that. I prepared my PowerPoint presentation for at least 45 to 1 hour.
Yeah, this was very short.
Okay, and I covered that. I gave examples, for example, how do we get that power in physics? How do we get that power out of which we derive leverage in social psychology, in human behavior, human dynamics, in political science? However, I did not have time really to do that, to elaborate on that. Besides, I wanted to be pleasing Dr. Dikmajian, so he'll invite me next time around. He was breathing over my shoulder. I was feeling that. But you have a very valid question. If he grants me the time, I will give an example, for example, in social psychology. Okay? Just very brief example. All right. In social psychology, the element that we use for critical mass, it is human activity. Human activity, over time, that increases. A good example would be Clara Barton. In 1881, with a circle of friends, she formed the American Red Cross. They were counted on their fingers. Over time, it increased to provide relief service around the world. Now they have reached critical mass. 20 million adult members, 13 million junior members. Do they have clout? The American Red Cross? The largest organization in the world. Absolutely. So, we could give examples in political science, in group dynamics, you name it. But I think that one example would suffice to say that human activities would increase over time, okay? And we would establish that critical mass, out of which we have that spontaneous reaction, natural reaction. We can't do it. It's internal power. It has to explode. If you and I, we work, right? You're worth 2 points, I'm worth 2 points. But hey, if we join forces, 2 plus 2 is 5. That's synergy. We lack synergy, you are right. And we should give more and more examples.
Thank you, Andrew.
For that.
Next question, very quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is quite a long question.
It has to be short.
Oh, okay.
Because we're running out of time.
I'll make it short.
Discipline is extremely important for Armenians. Absolutely, we don't have enough discipline.
That's right.
Touché.
Go ahead.
This question is for Dr. Chuknavarian. I serve on the founding board of a nonprofit, and you spoke about the importance of NGOs in the UN. I was wondering how you would suggest, we have so many partnerships with Rochester University, Western Kentucky. I was wondering, what are your recommendations to propel us to the next level, particularly by tying in the Armenian community, especially when it's not based on the Armenian community?
I mean, you want to say how to become an NGO of UN?
No, we are an NPO. I was wondering if you could kind of give us some recommendations on to propel us to the next level, to grow within the Armenian community?
Mm-hmm. Well, if you are already registered as NGO, then I would say the best way it is to see what is the main points or concentration of the NGO's work, where they are driving. Because, see, the NGOs have an agenda, and they are going about this agenda. And they are driving their NGOs around this agenda to push forcefully that the governments will listen. So, I don't know your NGO, what is their really agenda, what they are trying to do. I will be very happy to sit down and work with you people. I tell you, I have no problem. But to do a good job, we have to have many, many NGOs of Armenian NGOs. Not with one, it's very difficult to have an effect, or 5 or 6. We can register in ECOSOC on different issues. We can register on, I'm just saying, even its environment, Armenian environment issue. We can then join us with the green people going in environment. We can join the ECOSOC by having an NGO, for example, on religion. It's not the matter, you have to find where, because then you have people there, they are driving and they want to get people to help them also, to increase their voice. And then once you are there, then you can have also an ECOSOC on political affairs. You can have also genocide. It's no problem. We can register. We can register 10, 20, 30. And that is where we can get power penetrating within this whole NGOs and working with them and advancing our cause, that these NGOs start to understand these are a problem, or we want our problem to come up. And that is where I would very much recommend to this meeting. We are investing a lot of money around, but it's really worth it to put money, a fund, to create NGOs and advance our cause through the NGOs in UN.
Thank you. We have one more time for one more question. Yes, that's Kurken Kasabian.
Yes, it's for Dr. Demircan. My question is, first, maybe we should investigate why we are not united.
What?
And find ways around it. Maybe it's in our genes not to be united.
Dr. Demircan.
Yes. I'd be more than glad to really answer that if you invite me to your group. I have a PowerPoint presentation that I address that issue. Just invite me. It will cost you only lunch. That's it. I will come right away.
On that positive note, we have only about 15 minutes for our coffee break. come right back at 11 o'clock. Now, our two next speakers are extremely crucial because they are now going to deal with the dynamics and the nuts and bolts. So 11 o'clock, we get together. Thanks. We are ready to start. I will be introducing the first speaker in a minute. Please take your seats. Մեր ժողովրդի պատմության մեջ կարևոր բանաստեղծներ եղած են Բահան Տեկեյան, Գանցրևե երբեմն հոգիիդ մեջալ, անցրևեց այսօր, բայց մեր հոգիները անշուշտ աշխուժ են և արևը միշտ պիտի ծագի հայ ժողովրդի համար։ Երանի թե այստեղ սոլոիստ ունենային, կամ ժամանակ ունենային սոլոիստի, որ Բերբերյանի Գանցրևե երբեմնը երկե մեզի համար, բայց դժբախտաբար ժամանակ չունենք, ոչ սոլոիստ։ Ուրեմն, երկու խոսողները Հարութ Սասունյան և Գայծ Մինասյան, հրամեցեք։ I want to recognize, as the speakers are taking their position, Mary Hovagimyan is here, the district representative of Congressman Adam Schiff, the very distinguished congressman representing us in California, in Washington. And I'd like to recognize the presence here of Archbishop Vache Hovsepian, the very distinguished Archbishop, and my senior sort of spiritual father. As a deacon, I have to bow my head and wish him or ask him or bid him Asfaz Oknagan. I will be going on and introducing some of the distinguished people here as time goes on during the day, but at this point, I'd like to introduce, we're running late, my neighbor and friend, Mr. Harut Sasunian, publisher of the California Courier. I think people know enough about Harut, except that he was born in Aleppo. The same city I was born in. Don't hold that against him. He also went to Columbia after I finished Columbia. So we didn't meet there, thank God. Yes, but we did meet here in Southern California, and he lives right across my house, and that's quite a privilege as well as, well, I won't say more. Our Harut will be speaking on, now we're going to deal with the main issues now. After the two introductory people have made their cases, we know unity is necessary now. They're going to tell us, we're going to discuss as to how to do it. Toward well, Harut will be speaking on a proposal for a popularly elected structure to represent diaspora Armenians. Harut, it's yours right here.
Thank you, Professor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My paper will be an expanded version of an article I wrote 9 months ago proposing the creation of a democratically elected structure that would represent all 7 million Armenians in the diaspora. Unity is not a novel idea. Armenians have always expressed a dream for unity. Through fiery speeches, patriotic songs, and nationalistic poems, such as the immortal words of Yerishe Charents, Ով հայ ժողովուրդ, քո միակ փրկությունը քո հավաքական ուժի մեջ է. O Armenian people, your salvation lies only in your collective power. However, the very fact that Armenians constantly dwell on unity is a clear indication that their most cherished dream remains unattained. Despite all the talk about unity, Armenians have remained at odds with each other and have marched to the beat of different drummers, even at the most perilous times of their history. In recent years, however, a growing number of Armenians have come to the realization that a collective effort is necessary if they are to survive as a dispersed ethnicity detached from its homeland. Gradually, Armenian communities are swallowed up by the irresistible tide of assimilation. Many Armenian schools in Europe and North America, established after large-scale migrations in recent decades from the Middle East and Armenia, are having difficulty attracting new students and risk closing down. Armenian churches are mostly attended by the elderly. Fewer young men and women are joining the ranks of traditional Armenian organizations. As a result, Armenian communities in different parts of the world, in varying degrees, are losing their vibrancy and distinct cultural identity. These communities are following the tragic trend of older Armenian settlements in Eastern Europe and the Far East, which vanished without leaving a trace. In addition to the need to preserve their culture, Armenians around the world share a common quest for justice from Turkey and a commitment for the security and economic prosperity of the twin republics of Armenia and Artsakh. In pursuit of such lofty goals, the Armenian government, as well as groups and individuals around the world, have sought various ways to coordinate their efforts. They have reached the proper conclusion that a small nation divided into countless fragments cannot survive very long, let alone thrive. They have come to the realization that they can benefit immensely from pooling their limited resources and jointly tackling similar problems faced by all communities. As a result, some preliminary successes have been registered in coalition building. Both the worldwide Hayastan All-Armenian Fund and the US-based United Armenian Fund, consisting of a coalition of multiple Armenian organizations, have carried out large-scale humanitarian work in Armenia and Artsakh in a coordinated and efficient manner for the past 20 years. 2 years ago, the Armenian government established a diaspora ministry in order to serve as a bridge between Armenians scattered throughout the world and their homeland. Among other efforts, the ministry has held several conferences in Yerevan, bringing together various Armenian professional groups. There have also been diaspora-based unity schemes. Some have sought to rally Armenians worldwide around common political, social, or legal initiatives. Others have appointed representatives in different communities or formed coalitions of existing community organizations. While it is highly desirable for Armenians to continue making such attempts in order to find the best possible mechanism for coordinating their activities within each community, as well as globally, it would be ironic and counterproductive if these unity schemes themselves end up causing further splits within our communities. In the quest for the optimum modality for unity, I would like to present my own framework, hoping that eventually the best ideas would survive and all those interested in unity would eventually come together. This proposal is based on several years of reflection and lengthy discussions with respected individuals and community leaders throughout the world. This plan is based on the twin concepts of legitimacy and democracy. It envisages the establishment of a democratically elected body that would represent Armenians throughout the diaspora, except those in Armenia and Artsakh who already reside in a state structure and are represented by their respective governments. For the first time in diaspora's history, Armenians around the globe would have the opportunity to elect their own representatives or leaders on the basis of one man, one vote. To form a structure that represents the estimated 7 million Armenians in the diaspora, elections should be held via regular mail, email, or in person on the basis of the following formula. Candidates meeting certain pre-established qualifications would seek to represent, for example, 20,000 Armenian voters in a given electoral district. Pre-registered voters of Armenian origin would have to be at least 18 years old and have a verifiable electronic or mailing address in their electoral district. They could then participate in the elections regardless of their citizenship, country of origin, and religious or political affiliation. If a country with a large Armenian population in multiples of 20,000 individuals, in a country with a large Armenian population in multiples of 20,000 individuals, several individuals would be elected from that country, each of them representing 20,000 Armenians. In sparsely populated regions of the world, where 20,000 Armenians may be spread over several countries, one elected individual would represent the Armenians in all those countries. Initially, there may be a low turnout of voters. However, as the new structure gains strength and legitimacy, succeeding elections would attract more participants. Elections do not have to be carried out simultaneously throughout the diaspora. They could be held initially in one country or region to test the feasibility of the electoral procedures in this regard. In this regard, I welcome the plan recently approved by French Armenian organizations to hold popular elections next year so that Armenians in France could elect their representatives. The next speaker, Dr. Gaitz Minasyan, will present to you the details of the French Armenian plan. Returning to my own proposal, it is important to note that only those elected by the Armenian public at large can truly state that they represent Armenians residing in their districts, unlike other organizational leaders who can only represent their own membership. Consequently, the collective body of 350 elected representatives from all electoral districts throughout the diaspora, representing 20,000 Armenians each, is the only entity that can legitimately claim to represent all 7 million Armenians worldwide, outside of Armenian Artsakh. Popular elections would not only grant legitimacy to those elected, but would also encourage the participation of a greater number of Armenians in community activities. This would be a dramatic shift from the current situation in our communities, where a small number of individuals work around the clock, sacrificing their time and effort, while the majority of Armenians, who are not affiliated with any organization, remain disengaged and disinterested. Large number of Armenians would feel empowered and energized for the first time if they actively participate in choosing their own representatives or leaders. This collective body of 350 elected representatives would deal with all aspects of Armenian life. It would elect its chairperson or speaker and have committees and subcommittees dealing with such important, all-encompassing issues such as culture, language, religion, education, budget and finance, international affairs, Armenian minority rights, relations with Armenian Artsakh, genocide, and demands from Turkey. This body could meet once a year and adopt decisions on the basis of majority vote or on certain critical issues by a 2/3 majority vote. Decisions thus taken would reflect the views of the entire diaspora, not just a particular group or community. The currently existing Armenian organizations would continue to function as before with no hindrance or competition from this new transnational entity. In fact, the existing groups could expand their reach and increase their clout by lobbying the elected representatives of this new collective body to adopt their respective agendas. Since today's diaspora leaders are prominent members of their communities, it would not be surprising at all to see many of them elected to this new body by popular vote. One of the objectives of this new structure would be to gain NGO status at the UN and other regional and international entities having the right to represent all Armenians in the diaspora. The representatives of this new body could also play a useful role when interacting with government officials. For example, if officials of a given country would like to meet with representatives of their Armenian community, there would be no need for endless, acrimonious disputes among Armenians as to who should go to such a meeting as the true representative of the community. Furthermore, Armenian government officials, as well as foreign leaders, would know whom to contact when they need to speak with representatives of the diaspora. This new structure could also endorse candidates in local or national elections. Such endorsement would be particularly important when multiple Armenian candidates are running for the same office, as recently happened in Glendale, causing the split of the Armenian vote and consequently the defeat of all Armenian candidates. This representative body could end such internal disputes by endorsing the most qualified candidate. Before embarking on this ambitious initiative of creating such a representative structure, 3 important steps must be undertaken. First, a team of researchers or scholars must study how the Greek, Italian, Jewish, and Lebanese diasporas, for example, are organized in order to learn from their experiences. These scholars would then formulate the optimum mechanism to conduct elections worldwide, estimating the number of Armenians in each community and country, the qualifications of voters and candidates, and measures to prevent voter fraud. They could also propose significant details about the structure and function of the collective body, such as meeting procedures, committees and subcommittees, recall procedures, term limits, electing chairs and vice chairs. Today's symposium is an initial attempt to make such an academic assessment. Secondly, long before organizing elections and announcing plans to establish a new structure, those studying the feasibility of such a concept must contact the leaders of influential Armenian organizations to discuss with them the prospects of forming such a structure, get their input, and assess the potential for conflict or cooperation. And finally, the initiators of this concept should brief government officials in Armenia and Artsakh about the objectives of this initiative and assess their degree of support for such a structure. While this is a diasporan initiative, if and when the newly elected body is organized, its representatives would regularly consult and interact with officials in Armenia and Artsakh. It is critical to maintain the independence of this diaspora-wide body in order to shield Armenian officials from being pressured by foreign powers to influence the decisions of the new entity. I know that what I'm proposing is very difficult to accomplish. If it were easy, it would have been done a long time ago. However, we must bear in mind that difficult tasks are the ones worth tackling because, if successful, they bear the most fruit. If Armenians are capable of establishing a transnational structure composed of elected representatives, they would be creating, for the first time, a legitimate, united structure that has economic and political clout and is capable of promoting Armenia's national interests, preserving Armenian cultural values, and defending Armenian rights around the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harut. I will immediately proceed to introduce you. Guides, Dr. Guides Minasyan. Now, Guides came to us as a blessing because, not only because he's born in Versailles, but also he holds a doctorate in political science. He teaches at Sciences Po of the Paris Institute. He teaches international relations, and he's an associate researcher at the Foundation for Strategic Research. He's also a web editor, chief web editor at Le Monde, and he's published a variety of very important books on geopolitics, especially of the Caucasus and Armenia, and some more coming out shortly. His bio is in the little pamphlet that we've passed, the large pamphlet. What is so important about Guides is, I just met him, by the way, and we haven't really talked, is his seriousness, and that he was one of the leading people in France who took the initiative to start a prototype of what we're talking about here, what Harut just talked about. So therefore, this prototype he's going to talk about and what they plan to do during the next year, how they proceeded in doing this. This is why what Guides has to say, as a person who's trying to put theory into practice, it's so important. Guides Vinasyan.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me apologize for my English, and please be soft on my accent. I'm not here to represent the Foundation for Strategic Research or the French daily Le Monde, and I am no member of any Armenian organization. I only speak for, as a doctor of political science and lecturer at Sciences Po Paris. It's a great honor to be with you today. I am thankful to all the organizers who allowed me to take part in this symposium on a current issue, the Armenian Diaspora worldwide representation. Besides being an honor, this is for me a reward for all those years of work by the Coordination Council of Armenia Organization of France, to which I do not belong, but who made me the responsible for working as an expert on a universal suffrage Armenian democratic representation project. On last November 6th, the CCAF leadership unanimously passed a project named the French Armenian Council, the FAC. A new step has been overcome. Now, the association members of the CCAF have to permanently approve the project next February. By the way, the CCAF asked me give you his deepest greetings of fraternity and success in the practice of major important missions for Armenians. Ladies and gentlemen, times have changed. First, change dynamics. We have entered a world of interdependence between states and societies. And in this global world, societies tend to be more and more active in international relations. They have demands that states have to take into account because they no longer have diplomacy monopoly. From now on, there are diplomatic non-governmental actors that must be straightened. New connections are being established as transnational networks, such as the Trans-Armenian Network, that must be looked after and favored. Second, change dynamics. The Armenian Independence Proclamation in 1991 provoked a paradigm change which necessarily calls for a diaspora adaptation not solely by the top, Ministry of Diaspora, but also by the bottom, individuals. We are witnessing the gradual transition from a post-genocide community model established on traditional bonds to a transnational postmodern model established on individual pragmatism and zapping culture. Third, change dynamics. Armenia and Armenians have to face new geopolitical, strategic, economic, political, and social challenges. Those challenges compel the Armenian diaspora to grow stronger in the world. France has been working on it for at least 10 years now. We are maturer and practice citizens, and this election project will give rise to a new duty sense. Elected representatives who will justify their action to the voters and be obliged to work together. Armenia needs an organized, strong, democratic, and effective diaspora. But the diaspora must keep its functioning, regulation, and harmonious consultation with Yerevan autonomy. Armenian diasporas are Armenian pipelines. Preserving their autonomy is a guarantee of efficiency and reinforces Yerevan's leeway. Fourth, change dynamics. The Armenian transnational space is in need of regulation and integration mood. The connection between Armenian institutions and individuals must be strengthened in a rational, coherent, constructive, and independent way. While avoiding the hardest nationalism sirens calls, the hardest is to find a tool capable of creating synergy between worldwide Armenians and of gathering all of their grey matter in the grand design. Armenians' unity, Armenian and Artsakh prosperity, as well as the legitimate rights defense of the Armenian people. Based on our experience in France, I will speak about three matters. First question, which procedure can be contemplated in order to lead to an election project and on term, to a worldwide representation? 4 points are important, very important. An existing union base. An existing union base. In France, we have the CCAF. Without it, nothing would have been possible. If you don't have in the United States, if you do not have any national union structure from LA to Washington, the practice is almost impossible. This is yours to create this union dialogue and consensus wall. This is the basis of democratic election. This is why you need a legal status to start. The status of the NGO, equivalent to the 1901 law non-profit association we have in France. Second point, a favorable political situation. In France, the Armenian genocide recognition was already in our agenda, and now its negation penalizing. Here, in the United States, you are right in the middle of it, with the Congress resolutions. This is an established act. This situation is very important because it settles the core syllabus of Armenian Americans, their identity corpus. Third, a collective intelligence between actors, between decision makers. If the decision makers don't know each other, don't work with complete confidence, tolerance, union or collective interest, the practice will be quite difficult. One must not mix up general interest project and ideological project. This is why we have approached professionals, constitutionalists, sociologists, philosophers, and Armenologists. It is important to to create an area and a tool coherent enough to give a meaning to the French Armenian Council and flexible enough so that everyone can recognize themselves in it. Third point, a worldwide representation based on national branches. It is clear that, for us in France, the French Armenian Council is only a link in the future chain of the Armenian Diaspora worldwide representation. The French Armenian Council calls for the American Armenian Council, the Canadian Armenian Council, the Argentinian Armenian Council, the Australian Armenian Council, the Lebanese Armenian Council, etc., etc. The worldwide representation will be made up of the whole of those councils by means of a mechanism proportional to the number of voters for each national council, and also by indirect suffrage, as the Electoral College will elect the President of the United States. If we do not lean on those national assemblies, we won't make it, because we have to respect our states' laws, our institutions, and international law. Second question. Who is involved in this French Armenian Council project? How does this unfold? Election, what for? Good news, ladies and gentlemen, Cold War between Armenians is over. Division are behind us. Dogmas are fallen on the Union stranglehold. We are not anymore in the structural division, but a functional one, and that's good for democracy, liberties, and Armenian issue. Union and Haitadism then emerge as the great winners, but I am not naive. Serious matters will begin once the project will be publicly launched. But this is democracy, and we have to accept it as a blessing, not as a constraint. The main power of the Armenian socio-political life are involved in this French-Armenian Council. This is their common good. I insist on this word, common good. The Armenian Revolutionary Federation, or Tashnak Party, has won with the democratic and universal suffrage principle. The Armenian General Benevolent Union, Barekordzagan, has won with the unitarian principle of long-lasting and coherent structure. The Armenian Youth of France, or the former communist, Garmirnere, have won with the egalitarian and civil principle of a balanced assembly between national and local. At last, independent groups also won with the independence and direct suffrage principle of a neutral but committed to Armenian interest structure. Democracy, unity, equality, independence are the four pillars of the French-Armenian Council. The French-Armenian Council includes in its mission generic terms: political, cultural, economic, social, linguistic, around which all projects are meant to define themselves. The French-Armenian Council will be what electors we make of it. The French-Armenian Council has no authority, as Harut says, to cut down on the association's integrity and activities. No one will encroach on the life and the agenda of Armenian organizations. This is about creating a synergy in the scope of the common symbolic representation, not about absorbing organizations. The French-Armenian Council is a model of balance. Balance between our French and Armenian culture, balance between tradition and modernity, balance between sense of identity and universality, balance between national and local, balance between the associative life and the individual, balance between the voter and the candidate. Hence my third question. Third question, so who is the voter? Who is the candidate? Three principles are important. First one, defend an inclusive logic. We have to change from an exclusive logic to an inclusive logic of the identity, which means taking into account the diaspora's realities, cross-fertilizations, diversity, and multiculturalism symbol. The Armenian issue has everything to gain, I repeat, has everything to gain in opening to a non-Armenian friends like Mr. John Evans and many other fond of historical truth, justice, democracy, and human rights. Some of them had to face harshly the consequences. Second principle, promote Armenian identity. How not to care account of this silent Armenian majority who was only waiting for one thing, its identity development. Until now, the Armenian political life results into moral reward, the Armenian genocide recognition. From now on, Armenians want a concrete reward by the right to vote and decide for their common destiny. Third point, principle, to show vigilance. Universal suffrage doesn't forbade safeguards. To prevent Armenophobic or negationist group infiltration, we need safety nets. This is why, among registration criteria, we have required one under which any person who is not of Armenian origin, neither by marriage nor by household, has to be sponsored by an Armenian association member of the French Armenian Council. Three question remains: who is the voter? Who is the candidate? Who is the monitoring the procedure? Who is the voter? We have withheld 6 criteria. Any person that, first, agrees with the French Armenian Council statutes and expressly subscribes to the principles and values expressed in its preamble. Second, is from Armenian ancestry or union or sponsored by an Armenian association. Third, is able to give proof of his French nationality or of a state member of the European Union nationality or a valid residence permit date from less than a year. Fourth, proves his actual place of residence in France, rent receipt, etc., electricity bills, phone bills date from less than 3 months, or any other official document proving a place of residence for less than 3 months, running student card, social security documents. 5, is over 18 on voting day. 6, pays a 20 euros contribution for a 4 years period, may be a voter. Who is a candidate? First, we must ask ourselves of 3 points. First point, what is the electoral system? In France, we have opted for a system of voting by proportional representation in one round, and the strongest remain. The representativeness threshold is fixed at 3% of the express vote. The system of voting by lists is easier to arrange, more respectful to the current diversity, wider in terms of democracy, and compels the different strands to work together. Third point, what is the composition of the French Armenian Council? We have cut France into 3 areas: North, Central, South. The FAC, French Armenian Council, is a federation of 3 associations: FAC North, FAC Central, FAC South. Those are the 3 areas. FAC is made up of 51 delegates elected for 4 years. Each area organizes election on the same day. From this election are elected delegates, both national and local. This means that they hold concurrently different functions. This allows to reinforce national cohesion. On a national level, the decision process. On the local level, the operative mode. This is a system of voting by list with a leading candidate introducing project for the next 4 years. Each list is local and consists of the number of candidates corresponding to the number of available seats. To be candidate, one must be a voter, pay an additional contribution of 100 euros for a 4 years period, not be deprived on one's civil rights, and not be under tutelage or guardianship. Be registered on a competition list, no matter the district, with a proof of residence. Who is monitoring the procedure? For the first time, for the first election, a temporary election commission has been settled by the 3 current CCAF, Paris, Lyon, Marseille. After the FAC election, the 3 FAC, North, Central, and South, will take care of this duty. The temporary election commission's decision will be sovereign. 3 periods are scheduled before the vote. A list registration period, at least 10 months. We have to explain the project. A list presentation and period, 2 months. Electoral campaign period, 45 days. And the last, voting day on a Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, The work accomplished in France and this symposium point out that things are changing. It was about time. Our world of interdependence constrains us to reallocate the cause of our cause without renouncing to our past, but overcome a level, grow stronger, and acquire until 2015 a worldwide Armenian Diaspora Assembly, united, independent, and democratic. This is about respect for the dead fallen over there, in Erzurum, Muş, Harpert, or Derzor. This is about our dignity for truth and justice, our rights recognition, and our freedom to tell together who we are and what we want. This is our duty to pass a new unity model to the next generations, open, effective, and long-lasting, facing the challenging waiting for us. Ayo հայժողովուրդ, փրկությունդ քո հավաքական ուժի մեջ է. Thank you for your attention.
Well, after that very noble quotation from Hovannes Shiraz, I believe. Charen, sorry, Shiraz. I must be sleeping. We can quickly start our question and answer. Please come forward. There is one microphone there. Please, short questions, short answers to the two presenters. Start, sir.
The last slide really answered part of my question. I guess 2015 is some kind of deadline we want to meet, some kind of suggestion. My question was actually, what was the optimistic or pessimistic timeline for the United States? I don't know, Arwar Karut or whatever, whoever can answer that. And my second question is the financing. The CCAF, all these efforts, how much has cost financing so far? Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Sharut.
Yeah, I'll answer the first part. There's no particular deadline. Some people have mentioned 2015, 100th anniversary of the genocide, but I don't think that's relevant really. I think what we need to do is work intelligently, plan well, get a consensus, because we don't want to start things and start arguing with each other. And if it's going to, we've waited all these decades and centuries to get united. I'd rather take my time, be patient, plan well, and let's all be on board rather than rush against a particular deadline. Doesn't mean that you're going to take forever, because then nothing gets done. It may be a good idea to have a tentative deadline, but I think it's more important that the deadline is what we're doing, where we're going, and how we're going about this, because we can do this only once, and if we fail, people will be turned off for a long time to come.
Yes, we should emphasize that we're not organizing this here. We're just having a conversation about this. USC is not in the business of organizing things. We're having a academic conference. So we know nothing about deadlines or anything. Yes, guys.
For the first election, we asked to all the voters to give 20 euros for 4 years. So if we have estimation on 20,000 voters or 10,000 voters, you can imagine what the price will be, or the volume will be. Approximately, for the first election, we can keep 200,000 euros or 300,000 euros for the first election. And after, we have to deal with the states to have public subventions for the project and for the organization of the elections. And we can do it, I'm sure.
Sir.
Yeah, I'm afraid I belong also to the Aleppo-born mafia.
Jeez. The
French,
Aleppo Mafia.
But French citizen. Probably for those who do not know, it was not mentioned, the CCIF was created as a coordinating body to celebrate the 24th of April. That was originally what the CCIF was about, because we could not agree among ourselves on many things except on the 24th of April. My question, I have two questions actually. One is addressed to Mr. Minassian and one is to Harut. To Mr. Minassian, whether in his expertise that he provided to the CCIF, has studied the experience of the Armenians in Russia. Because to my knowledge, it's the only area now where we have 2 million Armenians in Russia, 700,000 of them in Moscow. I'm not from Russia, incidentally, as I said, I'm from France. And they have organized themselves in a ANAUnite Miyutun. Whether it's the only place, to my knowledge, where we have such an organization already created, whether this has been studied. My second question would be addressed to the issue of elections. And I think I discussed this one at one point, whether a study has been made about the cost of these elections and how that would be addressed, not only at the French level, but at the general diaspora level. These are practical things which at one point in time have to be addressed.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much. Of course, we studied all the organization, not only in Russia, or first of all in France, for the Jew or the Muslim or the black people. But you know that Russian World Armenian Council or organization is not democratic organization. That's all.
I'm not speaking about that council. I'm speaking about the ANAUnite Miyutun, which is a new one. I'm not speaking about Abrahamian.
So I didn't know.
That's why I asked you whether you know about it.
But I don't think it's a democratic like we imagine the council. One person, one vote.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yes.
I'll take the second question about the cost. There has been no study based on the concept that I outlined. That's why I suggested that a group of experts or scholars do further studies and answer many questions that we don't know the answer right now, including the cost. But let me just add one thought about money. To me, money is the least important thing. If Armenians come together and want to accomplish something worthwhile, money will be there. Let no one stop from doing anything worthwhile because of lack of money. If you do nothing, nobody will give you a penny. But if you get up and do something worthwhile, people will support you and money will be there. Thank you.
Mr. Fedanian.
Well, the doctor has a difficulty pronouncing my last name, but let me talk about identity here, because Mr. Sasunyan and Dr. Minassian, the way their names are supposed to be pronounced, not Sasunyan or Minassian, or Abrahamian, as our colleague, mafia member of Aleppo said.
We have 5 minutes exactly.
No, I'm not going to have a speech. I'm going to ask a question about Harut. I'm going to ask you a question about the difficulty that we may face with the online registration of potential voters. Because as we know, our brothers in Turkey do know how to fake identities and present themselves Armenians and this and that. What type of a study, what type of thoughts do you have, Dr. Minassian and Baron Sasunyan, regarding this particular important issue?
Very important, yeah.
Well, it's an important issue and a very long issue, but I will give a very brief answer. Of course, we can't allow voter fraud of any kind, whether it's Turks or even Armenians. Otherwise, the whole thing would be meaningless, and the whole purpose of gaining legitimacy will be out the window. So long before we hold any elections, as I will say in answer to every question, we need experts to study these matters. We need to have, as I said in my remarks, people have to be pre-registered. And we have to know who they are. We can't just allow millions of people sending email and voting on some candidate, unknown who they are. We have to know who they are. We have to give them passwords. We have to give registration numbers. I mean, it's a very technical matter. I'm not a computer expert. There are, Moroyan is here as a computer expert. I'm sure experts can figure out a way where, to the best of ability of technology, they'll try to protect. Yes, fraud is a major concern, and we have to be watchful. whether it comes from a Turk or an Armenian.
Mr. Minassian.
That's all.
Well, next.
Hi there. I want to preface my comments by saying I am fully in support of a worldwide Armenian Council, but my concerns come from the logistics of such a of an undertaking, and specifically what comes to mind is the drawing of electoral districts. In U.S. politics, we have a term called gerrymandering. I imagine the competing Armenian organizations would want to have a say in how electoral districts are drawn, specifically in Los Angeles and Beirut, where there's a dense Armenian population, and furthermore, issues such as how many Armenians do live in a certain area, what are we going to be relying on, what statistics. The latest 2007 U.S. American survey says that there were 440,000 Armenians in the U.S. Is that what we're going by? Other sources say there's up to 1 million. So these sort of logistical issues, and maybe Mr. Minassian can address what they have done in France if they've run into these issues.
Okay, well, these are very important issues, and I don't have all the answers today. It is our first, assessment of the issues and analysis. So obviously, all of these questions have to be answered by a team of experts. As I said in my remarks, we're going to make estimates to the best of our knowledge, because the U.S. Census is really not reflective of the true number of Armenians in this country, and all you can do is go by the best estimate possible by a team of population experts who will sit down, and otherwise we're not going to count every single Armenian worldwide. But if we have registered voters who have to be pre-approved and passwords given, at least we would know how many voters do we have. They may not represent the whole Armenian universe, but at least we know who's a potential voter and their number. So this is one of those many things that have to be studied. Yes, I know. A lot of you are asking a lot of questions and saying it's difficult, it's a problem. Yes, I know there are many, many problems. But if every step that we encounter a problem, we give up, then we will never accomplish anything. Okay. There are problems, we have to face the problems and try to find the best possible solution.
We have about 5 minutes left, but there will be later on an opportunity to discuss these things. There will be a round table at the end of this, approximately around 3:45. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Armand Algakani, and I'm actually a doctoral candidate at Pepperdine University and the organizational leadership subject. And my dissertation is about the Armenian Americans and the ethnic leadership, concentrating on the Glendale area. You mentioned earlier that you're going to be studying the Italian, Asian. I think you should consider also the Latino community. During the election we just had in California, the Latino vote did make a difference, where the rest of the country did go Republican, but California went Democratic, and Jerry Brown was actually elected. So I would really ask you to take that as a consideration. It's a big factor, especially in California. This is part of my study, which I'm doing in terms of comparison, because they've become a very powerful vote in the United States. Second point I like to make in terms of the 20 euros that you're asking for, we really need to take into consideration someone who's been in politics for years and a past president of the Armenian American Chamber of Commerce. Money is a big factor. The Armenian community right now, it is suffering in terms of the economics and having losing their jobs in the recent problems we've been having. My question is about corruption. If voters have to pay $20, how are we going to control the fact that people could buy votes? And that's something that you should really take into consideration. If this is a democratic process, it should be free.
Yes, well, these are suggestions. Please make notes of those. Very important suggestions. Corruption and Latinos. Latino model. One more question left. Time.
Good summary.
One more question.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. This is a question directed to Howard Sassunian. You mentioned about the Glendale elections and how so many Armenians came in to compete that it came out to be a disaster where no Armenians were elected. But how can that be avoided? Because, I mean, it's just in human nature, just, they're going to be competing with each other. And I thought that would be something healthy, but I'd just like to know, What's the solution to this? What
I
happened?
I got
Okay,
it.
okay.
It's very, very simple. We're not going to, I'm not suggesting that we prevent any candidate, because that's our right to become candidates and run for elections. It's a great thing. We should encourage Armenians to run. So Armenians will always put their names on for any office, from president down to a local dog catcher. But it's up to a centralized body who has legitimacy and the respect of the community to have an endorsement and say, out of the 12 candidates running for president, Armenians, we think the following is the best. People are still free to run. People are still free to vote to whoever they want to. Okay. No one's going to prevent them, but there's an endorsement that has it has some clout, some meaning behind it.
USC students, mostly undergraduates, are passing around yellow pads. Those of you who want to get on the USC Institute of Armenian Studies list, please put your emails there. I know we have many of them, and your addresses and telephone numbers. I haven't pointed this out, but USC Institute of Armenian Studies is hosting this symposium. We've hosted one before this and one after, 3 symposia. We were established approximately 5.5 years ago, and we've done so many things. We've served over 10,000 people throughout all of our activities. We have symposia, we have colloquia, we have speakers from all over the world. So if you want to be a part of that, please let us know to get on our list. And yellow pads should be circulating around to those of you who want to register. You don't have to pay anything. Most of our services are for free, including lunch today. Last point, sir.
Thank you.
Very quickly.
It will be very quickly. It's even written out. This question comes from Washington, D.C., somebody watching via the internet. It's David Grigoryan of PFA. The question is, it would seem natural for the Armenian government to help with an effort like this, yet the speakers barely talk about the quote-unquote elephant in the room, much less recognize that the main source of our present problems originated in Yerevan. How much length are the current speakers willing to go to prevent the new organization from failing under the control of Armenia's government and hijack its agenda? And generally, what safeguards will be put in place to avoid this?
Mr. Minasian.
I don't know.
This is being broadcast worldwide, by the way, so this is a question coming. Thank you very much, sir.
I don't know. Sorry.
Well, I'll attempt.
1 minute.
Yeah. Well, you know, I spoke about that in my paper. This is an initiative led by diaspora, for diaspora. Armenian government does not have an immediate role. Once the diaspora finds a way of getting organized, then we'll have to sit down with the leaders in Armenia and coordinate. It's called division of labor. They do this. As a state, they have different functions, different rights than we have as individuals or communities. So we will make sure that nobody interferes in what we're trying to do, and whether it's the Armenian government or foreign governments or secret agents or whoever else.
The very, very last question, 1 minute.
Thank you. One perhaps slightly provocative question for your panel's consideration at any time. For a lot of us who have been involved in the American campaign electoral process, one of the essential elements is opposition research. And given the opposition that we all know worldwide, we've talked about the Turkish issues, could the panel in the strategic planning for an international diaspora structure include a department of opposition research that could be used in designing and advancing our initiatives?
Well, thank you very much. That's an important suggestion.
Well, it's yeah, just short.
Yes.
Yeah, that is part of the plan, obviously, of any group, not just my plan. Any Armenian who makes a plan, it will include efforts to further the Armenian cause, which is in direct opposition to what the Turks are trying to do, their denialism, their confiscation of Armenian properties and land. So yes, that will be an important element of any such effort.
At this point, thank you very much, two gentlemen, Guys and Harun. I immediately want to proceed. We are about 7 minutes going behind. I want to introduce to you well, I'm not going to go on. Everybody knows him, the Honorable Paul Ignatius, who was born in the Ross Point section of Glendale, and he's the highest official of Armenian descent who served in the U.S. government as Assistant Defense Secretary, Naval Secretary, Army Secretary during the Kennedy and Johnson administrations. He is a Trojan, of course, and a very distinguished Washingtonian, and a supporter of the Institute of Armenian Studies. Paul Ignatius will introduce the governor, George Dukmedjan. Paul.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here and honored to be able to introduce Governor Dukmedjan. But first, I think we all owe a vote of thanks and a round of applause for Professor Dukmedjan. I have come to know him over the last 5 years or so because I followed with great interest the organization of USC's Institute of Armenian Studies. I feel very close to this university. My mother went here, my uncle went here, my cousin went here. I graduated from USC in 1942, and very proud to be a Trojan and very happy now that USC has this institute, because many young men and women, I think the numbers are maybe 10,000 or so, of Armenian descent have attended this great university. Now, a word about our speaker. First, in the last century, there was an influential editor and prominent figure in the Republican Party who was famous for having said, "Go west, young man." And one young man who followed that advice with spectacular results was George Dukmedjan. He had grown up in the eastern part of our country in New York State, attended college and law school there, served in the United States Army, and in 1955 went west. And 4 or 5 years after arriving here, having practiced law, decided to enter politics, became first an assemblyman and then a member of the state senate, quickly rose to be a leader in that body, and then ran for office as Attorney General. And in 1978, hardly 30 years, less than 30 years after arriving in the great state of California, he became its governor. And he was reelected for a second term. So it's a remarkable story of achievement, something that all of us can take pride in as fellow Armenians, and it's a great privilege for me to introduce the next speaker, the Honorable George Dukmedjan, Governor Dukmedjan.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you so much for that excellent and very generous introduction. I appreciate it. My name is George Dukmedjan, and I approve this message. Aren't we glad that the whole campaigns are over with now? I want to say how pleased and delighted I am to have been invited to participate in this symposium, to see such a wonderful turnout. I also want to say how much I commend Dr. Dekmejian. Now, he doesn't spell his name correctly. Somewhere, his parents or grandparents, they left the U out of his name. Anyway.
The U.S. military.
In the U.S. military, he said. I want to acknowledge Surprazan Hosepian, who is here today, who was recognized earlier, who has been a very influential leader in our community for many, many years. And I'm going to give you some reflections of how it was that I ultimately was elected as governor of California. My remarks may not be as focused on the proposals that have been made today by my friend Harut Sasunyan and others. However, it will give you some idea of how we were able in California to elect somebody to become California's governor. That election was in 1983, and I was honored by it, obviously, and then, indeed, when I was reelected, the first time you run, it's based upon your pledges and your promises. But if you are to get reelected, it is based upon what you have accomplished. So I was honored indeed when I was reelected, never having dreamed that when I was born and raised in a small village, really, outside of Albany, New York, the son of Armenian American parents who had very, very limited means. And in my first inaugural address, I said that the journey to this personal milestone was not easy, nor had I expected it to be, nor did that journey begin with my graduation from law school. Rather, it began 85 years before in the homeland of Armenia, where two people at different times left behind a land of hardship and turmoil for a foreign land thousands of miles away. They arrived without funds, without knowing the culture or the language. They came in search of something more precious than all of these. They came for freedom. They came not demanding the best that America had to offer, but willing to accept even the worst. And those two individuals later met and married in Albany, New York. They, of course, were my parents, and this new land was America. And around the same time, two other parents came to this new land, and they were my wife's parents. Now, these four people crossed the same threshold at Ellis Island. There was no easy life waiting for them outside the gates. There were no guarantees, but there was hope that their children would have the opportunity to create a brighter future for themselves than their parents had known. I know that I would not be standing here today as the former governor of America's most populous state if it were not for the friendship and the support of so many Armenian Americans across the nation. I also know that I would not be standing here if it were not for this great country, a land of hope and freedom an opportunity for so many regardless of their background. We can be thankful that for us, America has been that free and beautiful homeland that so many of our parents and grandparents, brothers and sisters only dreamed of. Now, Dr. Dekmedjian asked me to recount how I was able to generate and organize the support that I received that enabled me to get elected to the governor's office, especially among the Armenian community. I'm certainly willing to do that. However, I must say at the outset that there were certain factors in that effort which were peculiar to that time and of my specific circumstances. I really think the real reason he invited me was that he figured that maybe 5 or 10 additional individuals would come to the symposium to see if this old man was still alive and kicking. And even for that, I am grateful. But with the encouragement of my parents, I graduated from college and law school, and I served a couple of years in the Army. And I had a sister, one sister. She married a Californian, and she came here in 1950. And my sister's name was Anna, and her husband, Nubar Ashton. And I'm sure some of you remember them. They encouraged me to come to California before embarking upon my professional career. They invited me to live with them until I became a member of the California Bar and could begin my legal career. And during the year that I spent with them, they introduced me to some of their friends in the Los Angeles Armenian community. One event was an Armenian wedding. It was there that I met a beautiful young lady from Long Beach, California. We dated for several months and were married in 1957, 53 years ago. In the beginning, we took an apartment in Los Angeles because both of us were working downtown. A year later, I decided to open my own law practice in Long Beach. I didn't know anyone who lived there except for my wife's family. But since I had been dating her, I became familiar with the city, including one portion of the city referred to as the Belmont Shore area. I went into a local weekly newspaper and I asked a few questions. I determined that most all of the lawyers were in downtown Long Beach. There were no law offices in the area, and the population in that section of the city was about 35,000 people. So I decided to open my office on the second floor of an independent bank building and shared office spaces with others who were on that floor. One of my sister and brother-in-law's Armenian friends was president of his local Lions Club here in the Los Angeles area. I asked him if he would be willing to introduce me to the president of the Belmont Shore Lions Club in Long Beach. He said he didn't know him, but he would make a call, which he did. And 52 years later, that Long Beach person is still a very close friend of mine. I joined the Lions Club, I joined the Belmont Shore Business Association and other local groups with the help of my new Long Beach friend, who I met through an Armenian connection. 4 years later, that same Long Beach friend became the chairman of my successful campaign for a seat in the state assembly. I wish to note that in 1962, there were only a few Armenian families living in Long Beach. There was no Armenian church, no Armenian organizations, And to this day, there is no Armenian church and no Armenian organizations. At this start of my political career, few Armenians knew or had heard of me because I hadn't been active in any Armenian organizations or major centers of the Armenian community. Nor could they vote for me because they didn't live in my Long Beach Assembly district. I don't recall the exact year. However, I recall that about this time, my sister and brother-in-law introduced me to Archie Dekranian, who was a very successful businessman in Beverly Hills and an icon in the Armenian community. Archie and his lovely wife, Eleanor, hosted a reception at their beautiful home and introduced me to some of their friends. My election to the Assembly set in motion a number of significant events that led to the involvement of the Armenian community in my political career. First, it was noted in the Armenian press that I was the first Armenian American ever elected to the California legislature. This began to generate invitations for me to attend and to speak before many Armenian organizations throughout the state, and I willingly accepted. It should also be noted that up until this time, Armenians weren't particularly active in the political arena, and most of them were Democrats. I recall years later, a good supporter said that when he was growing up in Los Angeles, it was considered to be a very special honor if you got to meet the policeman in your neighborhood, and now he was a friend of the governor of California. For 16 years, I served in the state legislature, first as an assemblyman and for 12 years as a state senator. The only Armenians who could vote for me were those who lived either in my assembly or Senate district. And while individuals were supportive, there wasn't any organized effort to enlist the assistance of the Armenian community until I declared my candidacy to run for a statewide office of Attorney General in 1970. As it turned out, my candidacy was premature. I had only been a legislator for 7 years, and in a state the size of California, few people had ever heard of me. We were only able to raise about $300,000, and I lost badly in the Republican primary. However, during that ill-fated campaign, I met many more Armenians throughout the state who volunteered their funds and support just because I was an Armenian. It was the only election I ever lost. However, it did not affect my Senate office, where I was able to return until I ran for Attorney General a second time in 1978. By this time, I had become better known in the Armenian community and throughout the state, which led to my election as Attorney General and the first Armenian American to hold a statewide office in California. At this point in my story, several other Armenians became very instrumental in my future success. The late George Mason, the publisher of the California Courier, and columnist Professor Art Margoshian wrote about my activities, and my name became more familiar to Armenians, at least those who subscribed to the Courier. Another Armenian who played a major role in my career was Los Angeles lawyer Carl Somilyan. Carl and two non-Armenian friends agreed to serve as co-chairman of my finance committee to run for governor in 1982. I decided to run that particular year because the young Governor Jerry Brown was going to leave the governor's office and run for the United States Senate, thereby leaving the office open with no incumbent governor to challenge. At that time, we made the decision to run for governor. Lieutenant Governor Mike Curb, a Republican, was already running for the same office and had raised $1 million. We were the underdog at the very beginning. Nevertheless, we began our campaign with a very critical fundraising dinner attended mostly by Armenian friends and Long Beach supporters. It was a highly successful fundraiser in those days. We raised $300,000 in that one fundraising event. While the money itself was important, the greater benefit was that we demonstrated to the non-Armenian news media and political insiders that we had a strong key constituency that was willing to donate to our campaign. And we were on our way, and the rest is history. I have always acknowledged and greatly appreciated the support that I received from the Armenian community. A great many of them even changed their political affiliation from Democrat to Republican so that they could vote for me in the primary election. And their financial contributions to our campaign made it possible for us to compete in the primary and later the general election against then Mayor of Los Angeles, Tom Bradley. It took me 20 years from the time I was first elected to the State Assembly until I became governor. And throughout that period and beyond, the overwhelming majority of Armenians gave me their support. Now, some Armenians supported me because they were Republicans and I was Republican. Some because they agreed with the positions that I took on the issues. Some because I am handsome and charming and have a lot of charisma. But most importantly, they supported me because they took pride in knowing that a fellow Armenian with a long and difficult name to pronounce and spell might become governor of California. Now, Dr. Dekmejian has told me that this international symposium has been organized to focus upon ways in which the Armenian diaspora can unite at local, state, national levels in today's globalized world. I am sure from already listening to some of the speakers this morning that these speakers and others that you will hear from during the symposium have far greater knowledge and experience, far greater than mine, who can speak and are speaking more directly to the ways in which that can be accomplished around major Armenian issues. In my journey to the governor's office, and that's all that I can speak to, I avoided any direct involvement in Armenian political activities or organizations except for the recognition of the Armenian genocide. I made every effort that I could to accept invitations to attend or speak before Armenian groups regardless of their origins or goals. Most Armenians took pride in knowing that a fellow Armenian was involved in the higher levels of state government with some political connections to Washington and United States presidents. In other words, I made it a point to avoid becoming involved in controversial Armenian-related issues, and I made myself available to all churches and groups as I served as a focal point upon which most Armenians could agree and support. What I've tried to describe to you about my journey to the governor's office is that the assistance that I received from Armenians along the way made that possible. It demonstrates how we can be successful when we help each other. And after becoming governor, I appointed many Armenian Americans to state government positions and to judicial offices, including 2 to the California Supreme Court. I have also supported a number of Armenian American candidates for public office, and I expect to continue to do so, although I tell everybody nowadays who asks for my support that they might be better if I support their opponent, because everybody I support seems to lose and the other side seems to win. Nevertheless, if they want it, I will be helpful as much as I can. Lastly, I have always tried to conduct myself in a manner that would bring credit to my family and to the Armenian community. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Just 2 points. We saw already a practitioner in bringing about Armenian support and Armenian cohesion, for a political goal, and that practitioner succeeded, and you heard how he did it. So it can be done. All we have to do is practice this on a global level, that's all. Beyond that, I remember that when he retired, and we were so sad that he was retiring, Governor Dikmejan wanted to be a model for Armenians, young Armenians, wanting to follow the political path, to get involved, to be educated in politics, to get educated in American politics, and become politicians, political leaders. And that's one of the things that the USC Institute of Armenian Studies has been encouraging. So therefore, thank you very much, Governor. We hope to be true to your dream. At this point, it's time to eat. As you know, հայ ժողովուրդը միշտ ստամոքսային հարցեր ունի. So, ուրեմն, we do have a box lunch for you ready. And let's do that and get back as soon as we can so that we can continue our presentation. Thank you.
Governor, did your paths ever cross with my father's?
As we announced, these proceedings are being broadcast, webcast throughout the world, and our compadres, higher magistrates throughout the world, and other friends will be following us. Beyond that, I need to tell you that we are hoping that these papers, I know a number of people have inquired to see these papers, but these papers are only in the process of being developed. So they're not final, they're think pieces. And they will be, when they're finished, maybe in 6 months' time, they'll be published in book form by the university, the Institute of Armenian Studies. We'll be in touch. Please pass on to our young ladies and gentlemen about your addresses, emails, so that we can inform you of all these things that happen at the Institute of Armenian Studies. We still have people coming in. Please come in, because I have some very, very touching and important announcements. Our next speaker after the presentation by the very distinguished Consul General of the Republic of Armenia is the renowned attorney, trial attorney Mark Geragos, who sent a message. He is somewhere in the air, and because of the rain, his flight has been delayed, so we'll have to change the time of his presentation. Earlier I was talking about, as we were experiencing rain, I was quoting the famous Armenian writer, poet Vahan Tekeyan about Gantsreve Yerpemen Hokit Mechal. Now I can quote somebody else. Rafael Badganyan, otherwise known as Kamar Katiba. Tolpechek Amin Baba Yeresit. He ends by saying, Sarsapelian Hayu Darabank, Mian Chihadni Hayun Huyse. Yeverchabes Husovem Vavush Arev Bitzaki. Arev Zakadze Erde. Ուրեմն եթե բոլոր հոսեք իմ հայտարարություններս կնեմ, հրամեցեք փանաստեղծությունը, ես փանաստեղծ չեմ, լալով քաղաքագետներ փանաստեղծները չեն հասկնար, չեն գնար գրել գոնե, այդ շնորհքը չունենք դժբախտաբար, գնահատենք անշուշտ, բայց երբ քաղաքագետներ Boesiai ban şunor çunin. Men anşnor renk yer panaslı tutankan. Şunor gelsin. Tuna kahge lalov. Uraman. I want to announce, as it's announced on the last page of the symposium schedule, that the leadership council, headed by Mr. Charlie Gailian. Charlie has been with us since the founding of the Institute of Armenian Studies in February of 2005. Right in this hall, with 530 people. We couldn't accommodate more. And Charlie has been supporting us morally, spiritually, and financially since that time. And he has taken on all of the financial responsibilities for this Institute's symposium today. So I'm not sure if he's here. There, Charlie, please stand up. Please, he's an extremely humble fellow, but all three of his children went to SC. And this is one way for him to say thank you. Charlie, thank you very much. Now, very unexpectedly, another gift has been made by Paul Ignatius. Thank you very much, Paul, for remembering us. And then continue to encourage the man to do those things, good things. And thank you for coming, by the way, all the way from Santa Barbara and before that, Washington. A persistent, reliable friend of the Institute is Sarah Chitjian. Sarah has given me a note because his father, Hampartsun Chitjian, who died only about 5-6 years ago, at the age of 102, left us with some thoughts. Hampartum Chitjan, born in Peri near Harpert, wanted the following on his grave. Hoskag bargi an miapan hayu serund, vishti zavag, danchivadz yev darabadz drame. Here lies a suffering and tormented son of inharmonious Armenians with generations of grief and sorrow. Because Hampartsum told Sarah that his father said the following: if they don't unite, that's our enemies, will eat our heads. A phrase that Hampartsum's father repeated over and over again as he pounded down on his wood block. Sarah Chitjan is here, and she would like to express her sincere appreciation for John Evans being here, who had the courage to speak the truth. She also gave us a gift of $5,000. Thank you very much. Sarah, please stand up. Sarah. And now it's my distinct pleasure and privilege to invite to the podium the Consul General of the Republic of Armenia, who is a political scientist of the first magnitude. Honorable Grigor Hovhannisyan, as you can see in his bio, has been around. He represents the new Hasun, that means mature, experienced around the world in the Arab countries, multilingual diplomatic corps of the Republic of Armenia. I would hope that the Republic and its president would mint him. In other words, find a way to clone him, because he's such a distinguished representative of that small but wonderful country. Grigor, it's yours.
Thank you, Professor. Very kind of you. The options I have now, either being recalled tomorrow morning or being promoted. I don't know which. What are the chances? Anyway, I'm very, very pleased to see this distinguished audience. And the long-awaited with anxiety event is happening. And unfortunately, I missed the morning session and deliberations, but I could feel there is lots of anxiety and intrigue in the air. I see so many familiar faces, and in a way it's a unique gathering, across all political, religious, whatever spectrum. Happy to see you all here. I'm here in my official capacity, but my contribution will not be a substantive one, because as you see, it says welcome remarks. So please bear with me as I stick to this format. So it is both a privilege and serious responsibility for me to talk to a symposium which is said to be a diasporan and for diaspora people. For someone who does not represent diaspora, but also who does not represent in this particular event the government of Armenia. As a Consul General of Armenia to what is increasingly seen and referred to as the capital of the Armenian diaspora, I'm pleased that I'm graciously allowed to greet the participants to this symposium, which promises to mark an intellectual shift in Armenian diaspora's self-organization strategy. I would like to take this opportunity to offer a very brief, non-diasporan perspective on the life of Armenian diaspora. Before turning to that brief description, as viewed from Armenia, I'd like to emphasize that in recent years there has been a major shift in Armenia itself, in the paradigm, or at least in the understanding of the causal nature of relations and interdependence of Armenia and diaspora. Hence the emergence of the concept of Armenian world, or Armenian universe, that is already being factored in a body of public policies developed, implemented by our government. The central element in this new concept is the Armenian modus vivendi, which is twofold. In Armenia and outside Armenia, while both modus vivendis are equal in terms of their importance to the generic Armenian world, both work to one single end, towards increasing Armenian national competitiveness, politically, economically, culturally, as a state and as a nation. While most agree to this generic statement of purpose, the disagreements begin when there is an assignment of roles and responsibilities, or rather, rights and duties. The problem here stems from the poor understanding of each other. I would argue that despite the globalization, intense contacts and massive information flow, intertwined social fabric, we still have inadequate knowledge of each other. And as a result, we have inadequate tools, both intellectual and practical, to remedy the situation. At this point, it would appear useful to take a retrospect look at the evolution of the perception of diaspora in Armenia. I have several stages. The so-called romantic period, perception of diaspora, whose entire raison d'etre was to basically take care of Haïrenik, a perception that was prevalent in Soviet Armenia, and was gradually replaced with a more pragmatic understanding as diaspora in Armenia began to interact in a continued and unimpeded manner in the first years following the Armenia's independence. Then came the period of realization of the various nature of diaspora, and also the understanding of the fact that while the interests of both Armenian diaspora converge, the priority order of those very interests are not necessarily the same. As Armenia embarked on the journey of discovery, it became increasingly clear that there is no uniformity in diaspora, and how the differences in views and interests can be so dramatic that our compatriots may even end up fighting each other, like it happened in recent conflicts, like between Georgia and Abkhazia, for instance. In the subsequent stage came a more shocking revelation that under certain circumstances there could be a conflict of interests between Armenian diaspora, or part of it, that can even result in bitter resentment. And all these perceptual shifts would occur against the backdrop of rapidly changing profile of the Armenian diaspora, of the Armenian universe, so to say, in terms of numbers, demography, geography, primarily under the pressures, demographic pressures from Armenia itself. While the numeric evaluation of the diaspora remained highly imprecise, there is an awareness of the fact that there's drastic changes happening in the geographic distribution of our nation, dramatic distribution. As we speak, in Armenia and in the diaspora, we're anxiously following the news that come in from countries like Russia, the United States, and Iran that have been recently conducting population census. As the first information and first analytical information pours or leaks through media, for instance, from Russian media, we see a reliable figure of 4.5 million Armenians living in Russia, for instance. Delirious. This implies that perhaps, I may be mistaken, but perhaps in the first time in our history, an Armenian population outside Armenia outnumbers the people in Armenia itself, with all the political, economic, and other ramifications it is having already for a while. But now, if we had an official account of that, this will begin to have serious political implications on Armenia. Well, as a result of all the above, the perception of diaspora in today's Armenia is that of a loose cannon, if I'm allowed to use this expression. The allusion is to improperly secured cannon of our common ship, which is likely to roll about on deck and damage the ship. Conversely, if properly placed, the cannon can offer vital protection and survival to the ship. As I was thinking this morning about the ideas and reviewing the concepts that have been afloat in Armenian media and political circles regarding the Armenian diaspora relations, I could group several, actually 4 concepts, more vocally visible concepts that are available in the current political thought in Armenia. So those are the concept of cooperation, which means that there are certain areas of converging interests in which diaspora and Armenia cooperate, while there are and will remain other areas of non-cooperation. Concertation, in which Armenian diaspora act as in a concerted manner, even if not all the interests are factored in a global setting. The concept of partnership, which is a business model in which Armenia offers economic and political incentives to engage and attract the diaspora, and a sponsorship. In this model, with the rise of Armenian economic and political potential, Armenia will exploit ways of tailoring diaspora to its needs, while also providing viable backing and maybe security guarantees to communities located in difficult politically and ethnically charged regions. So ultimately, the choices made in Armenia will depend on the evolution of diaspora as well. Will diaspora embark on the path of self-organization, modernization, and accountability? It is my hope that this symposium will stimulate this kind of process intellectually. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Consul General, for your kind words. He's already being called. I hope it's a promotion to the rank of ambassador. But again, we don't want to lose him yet. We're not ready to give him up. Anyway, so now it's time for Mr. Chalgailian to come forward and to introduce our very distinguished guest, our second very distinguished guest. As I told you, Charlie Galian is the chairman of the Leadership Council of the USC Institute of Armenian Studies, and he will introduce Ambassador John Marshall Evans. Charlie.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a happy Thanksgiving to come. On behalf of the Leadership Council, again, a warm welcome to all of you. When I was outside trying to grab a drink, the ambassador said, I understand you're going to introduce me. Whatever you do, please don't lay it on too thick. So I put away the 6 pages, and I'm going to condense it to a very short and to the point as we look forward for our next great speaker to come forward. In contrast to many of his peers in the diplomatic service, John Evans is a proven idealist, a man of moral integrity and valor. In 451 AD, at the Battle of Avarair, Vartan Mamigonian and his forces, outnumbered 5-1, fought to defend the Christian faith, knowing full well of their awaiting martyrdom. In February 2005, when Ambassador John Evans pronounced the word genocide, he knew full well that he was offering himself as a sacrificial lamb for the Armenian cause. We shall never forget John Evans' luminous example and should always remain grateful to him and his wife Donna, who bravely shared in suffering the punishment that befell him. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming a hero to the Armenian nation, Ambassador John Marshall Evans.
Please, please. Thank you, please. Thank you very much, Charlie. I still think you were far too generous, but I appreciate your leaving off the last 2 pages. Fellow diasporans, I say that for this reason, because fairly recent scientific discovery has shown that we all, almost all of us in this world, came through East Africa at some point. DNA testing has revealed this. It's also shown that we, at some point, seem to have mated with the Neanderthals, but that's another story. But we are, in a sense, diasporans of Africa, but what is the difference? Most of us don't care about that, whereas a real diaspora cares about what is happening in the place where they came from. Now, it could be that they just care, as my Sicilian barber does, about football in Italy. My family has been here for quite some time, since the 17th century. The Welsh surname that I bear, which is not Evans, but actually Evans. And we are so, my family is by now so assimilated that we have no knowledge of the Welsh language. The only thing I know about Wales to speak of is that St. David is the patron saint. So we're assimilated. And we can't be considered diaspora, although, as Franklin Roosevelt addressed the Daughters of the American Revolution one time, he said, fellow immigrants. What I want to do today is to say that I think a very important thing has happened. I know a very important thing has happened in our lifetimes. And that is that finally, after over 100 years of struggle, a small, recognized Armenian state is now on the international landscape. This is a remarkable achievement. Our first speaker this morning spoke of a tipping point. And while it may not be totally evident to all of us in this room today, I think the fact that the Third Armenian Republic now exists, is now in the councils of the world, is a member of the UN, participates in the OSCE, participates theoretically in all of the international conventions that are open for signature. All of the UN agencies can borrow money from the World Bank, and so on and so forth. This is a tipping point which may be somewhat disguised because, as Salpi Ghazarian recently wrote in an article that in an interview I commend to all of you,
Today's Republic of Armenia is not the state that its citizens want or wish for, nor is it the state that the diaspora wishes for. However, it is a state, it has potential, and one thing that is important to remember, the world, the international world, the world of international relations is still, to a large extent, a jungle. There are some countries that try to police it, most notably our own United States, but there are no courts to solve every dispute. It's very much a question of size, influence, economic power, but theoretically all states are equal. At least they have an equal chance to make their way in the world and to have their voices heard. And I was very pleased that just at this point in our discussions today, the Armenian consul was here to remind us of the ingredient that has been largely missing this morning from our discussion, although I know that it is on everyone's mind. I want to talk a little bit about strategy. It was mentioned earlier today, and it's a very important point. I think as you all debate, and by the way, I have a very open mind about this project that is being discussed of some kind of a world structure. I don't think it's really ever been tried, but if you don't try, you'll never succeed. I think the important thing is to know what the purpose will be and to design this structure with that purpose always in mind. Now, you have several advantages. In setting up a state, you have to worry about things like infrastructure, fixing the potholes, health care, Social Security, and so on. You are absolved of that. Those of you who are not living in the Republic of Armenia, but in other countries where public order and the national defense are provided for by the, shall we call them, host nations, although you are not guests in the United States, virtually all of you are citizens of the United States. So with those tasks accomplished, you can focus on what truly is important. And one of those things ought to be to help this first Armenian, it's not the first Armenian state in history, but it looks to be the first Armenian state that will be both Armenian and long-lasting. It does need help. It is not without its flaws. There have been some steps backward in the last couple of years. I think all would agree. But the Consul General who was just here is an example of the fine young people who Donna and I met when we were there. Young people who've studied at Fletcher and are working in the foreign ministry. Others who've studied in California and are now in high tech. There is great potential there. And indeed, as several speakers have said today, there have been many misunderstandings. There have been Armenian Americans who've lost their investments due to some trickery. And so each side can tell stories that don't reflect well on the other. But it really is important, I think, to keep that state very much in one's mind. Salpi Ghazarian, in the interview that appeared November 13th, said that she believes the only basis for the unity of Armenians has to be the Republic of Armenia. Now, some would quarrel with that. But it seems to me to be at least the northern star, the Polaris by which one can guide oneself. I must say I'm very encouraged by what I heard this morning. I came to this panel with an open mind, but with a sense of the difficulties in trying to overcome the differences that already exist within the world Armenian community and the further differences that are caused by the fact that many people are living in all different kinds of conditions with different kinds of concerns and speaking different languages. It is a real challenge. And you know, the international game is rigged in favor of states. Now, it's like a club, an exclusive club. States are jealous of their prerogatives. And we see what happens when a state which believes it has established itself seeks international recognition. Northern Cyprus, the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, has exactly one country which recognizes it. And this has been the case for over 30 years now. There are 4 small states in the former Soviet Union which have 1 or 2 or 3 or no states recognizing them. Transnistria, which the international community considers part of Moldova, the 2 states in Georgia, which were recognized by Russia after the Georgian-Russian contretemps in August '08, and Nagorno-Karabakh, or as many would say, Artsakh. I believe that some way needs to be found to a kind of roadmap towards statehood. All over the world there are groups which aspire to statehood, national, ethnic, religious groups. The largest of these probably is the Kurds, at about 25 million, spread through 5 states. There are the Basques. By one expert's account, there could be as many as 1,200 groups which aspire to statehood. And yet the entire weight of the international community is against new states. Now, in recent years, there have been some exceptions to this. Eritrea became a state. East Timor has become a state. And most recently, we saw the case of Kosovo, which has become a state with about between 60 and 70 other states recognizing it, but that's not a complete recognition. Now, I don't want to go too much into the detail of this, but there is something called the Montevideo Convention, which purports to propose such a roadway to statehood, but it's not universally recognized, and often it comes down to pure politics. And this is where an organization of the type that is being discussed today can make a difference. Because not only is statehood important, but when a well-organized group can make its influence felt on established states, whether through NGOs or through political activity, this is a form of power that should not be dismissed. Small nations need big patrons. And if an organization such as the one being discussed can engage big patrons on behalf of the small nation, that can make a difference. And in fact, it already does make a difference. Look at which countries are in the Minsk group: Russia, France, and the United States. And that's not an accident. It's because those 3 countries with large Armenian populations can be counted on to care about Armenia and not to permit a bargain that would be equivalent to a sellout. So I think my message to you today is don't underestimate the degree to which the international system is rigged in favor of states. States have rights, legal rights. They have the ability to communicate secretly and to do all sorts of things that no non-state actor can do as effectively. Although we must remember the world is changing and great things can be done with a surge of internet petitions. The world is becoming more democratized. And that is the other key thing that I just want to conclude on. It seems to me that the great new ingredient that's being discussed now is opening things up, democratizing them, thus giving legitimacy to whatever new structure might emerge. It's not easy, but that is the only way to legitimacy in today's democratic world. Old line parties that are not transparent, that I don't want to get too specific here, but that are not in tune with the times are not going to attract the younger generation that's used to going on the internet and is democratic. And much of the Armenian diaspora in the world lives in countries that are democratic. So this democratic ingredient is terribly important. Much of Armenia's history has been lived in systems that were despotic. So this is a way of joining the modern world, and whatever happens, it's very useful to have this discussion. I think it's extremely timely. I want to thank the Institute for bringing us all together. It's wonderful to see a practically packed house here. And so whatever decisions might eventually come out of this, I know we're not at that stage yet, but I certainly wish you all well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. For us always, forever, Ambassador. Very quickly, I'd like to recognize some of our very key supporters, Leadership Council members. Vai Karapetyan, standing right here, or sitting with his equipment. Please stand up. Frank Melkonian is to the right. Please, Frank. Now, Dr. and Mrs. Professor Mihram Albabian. Do I see him there? Am I correct? Please, Mihran. Mihran has become a young man already after that famous operation. Jerry Papazian to the right. And anyone else from the Leadership Council? As I discover them, I will call attention to their presence. Last but not least, Donald Wilson Bush. Where are you, Donald? He was here earlier from West Virginia. Yes, sir. A true successor to the Wilson pedigree. And a lady. The chair lady of the Armenian Relief Society, Arshak Melkonian. Please. Well, we'll go on as we discover these jewels, but again, everybody's a jewel as long as you're here, and you've come to our symposium. Very quickly, I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Mark Arax. Now, Mark has gone through quite a bit of suffering himself. For those of you who don't know, he was the distinguished. Is Mark here, by the way? Well, yes, Mark. Can I talk to you, to talk about you a little bit? He was the very distinguished journalist, reporter of the Los Angeles Times. Then some funny things happened. Censorship. Okay, from some of the people that, you know, we want to be brotherly with, but again, you know, deniers of the Armenian genocide. It's a long story. Harut got involved, and I and a number of you guys sitting over there, some representing Armenian organizations, were involved to go and complain to the leadership of the LA Times. I think we went there at least 3 times. And finally, they got the message. They got the message. And it's a long story. I won't go on, but suffice it to say that Mark Arax is a very award-winning, distinguished award-winning journalist and writer. He's got only 4 books. You know, I've been living much longer than him, and I only have maybe 7, 8, I don't know. But the man has already published 4 books. The 4th is coming out, right, Mark? So that gives me a sense of inferiority as an author. Mark, we're delighted to have you here. You came all the way down from Fresno, Mr. Mark Arax.
Thank you very much. I guess I have to admit that I'm kind of a reluctant participant in this symposium. I'm not a politician. I'm not a diplomat, attorney. I'm not a doctor of Armenian studies, not an Armenian activist. I'm a writer. I come to you with no thesis to deliver, no position paper, just a kind of a collection of stories that maybe might add up to something. I'm not sure about the notion of unity. I'm actually suspicious of unity in some ways. I kind of like rancor and bile and envy and a love of disputes. I mean, where would literature be without all those things? We certainly wouldn't have a Soroyan. We wouldn't have a Garan Hovhanessian, the next generation. So this is some of my ambivalence as I step before you to talk about unity and some of my own stories. I lost my job at the LA Times and my marriage, but my career in journalism was 25 years. My marriage was 25 years. They started in the same month, 25 years, and they ended in the same month, 25 years later. I was married to a very fine woman. She's the mother of our 3 kids, Dutch. So I was the only of the siblings who did not marry an Armenian. And so after many years, and a couple years as a single person, I started dating an Armenian woman she was born in Iran and came here at the age of 10. I had this aunt and uncle back in Washington, D.C., and they also came from Iran, and they're very old and sick, and I thought I would call them up and delight them with this news of me finally, you know, dating an Armenian girl from Iran. So I called up my cousin, uncle, and we talked a little bit, and I said, you know, I need to tell you, I'm dating this woman from Iran, and he said, where's she from? I said, she's from Isfahan. She was born in Isfahan. He says, you know what they say about people who are born in Isfahan, don't you? He said, even when they're in the grave, you can't turn your back on an Isfahansi. So he handed the phone to my aunt, who was struggling too, and I could hear him talking to her in Armenian, telling her that, Mark has found a woman, she's from Isfahan, da-da-da. So she gets on the phone, she says, Mark, when are you going back to your wife? So, I'm used to this. I grew up in the San Joaquin Valley. That was the first capital of the diaspora, okay? And I grew up among all sorts of Armenians who had survived the genocide. And they really weren't Armenians as a collective, okay? They were Mushetsis, who were, I was told, who were always fighting, just fighting. You can never get the Mushetsis to agree about anything. And then there were the Vanetsis, who they said, you can't come between a Vanetsi and a dollar bill. And then there were the Bitlises, who were very sly, very smart, and must have had some Jewish blood in them. We came over with this kind of ghettoization, okay? I don't know where it came from. Maybe it was the fact that we were spread out and organized along villages and all that. But we came over with a sense of kind of compartmentalized identities. And I saw that play out. And then I had, and that doesn't even add up, we haven't even introduced politics into it yet. Okay, that's just the regional differences. So when you bring politics into it, something else happens. And I saw this very much in my own family. My grandfather, Aram Araks, was a Bursatsi, and he was a poet, and he was a communist. And when I wrote my first book, I asked the FBI for his file, and it took 3 years, but when it arrived big on the front porch. It was 1,300 pages. He was subversive, listed as a subversive, and it took 2 FBI men in Fresno to follow him for 45 years. They followed him until he was blind and wearing diapers, actually. And then there was my other grandfather, Derhaid Mekatarian, the Red Brick Church in Fresno, who was one of the staunchest Toshnogs you could ever find. In fact, when he came to Fresno in the 1950s, he refused to recognize this high holiday from Soviet Armenia. And in Echmiadzin, they defrocked him. They refused to send the holy oil to the church, the Holy Trinity Church, for many years. And he basically led that church as a renegade church, and eventually they ended up joining Antilias. So here were these 2 titans, one who was a member of the Communist Party, the other one who was stamping all his outgoing mail with this outlaw communism on it. So these divisions. When my parents got married in that Red Brick Church, the 2 sides came together, and a lot of people refused to attend the funeral from both sides. So as I was growing up, I began to wonder, what is, and even as I was in college and then went off in my early journalism career, I was in New York and Washington and then back to LA, I kept seeing this lack of unity play out. And so you have to wonder, is it part of is it something at the cellular level? Is it part of our DNA? This kind of utter joy in the dispute. Now, I try to come here with some examples of unity today. I thought of the telethon. I was on air for the first time there last year. But then I remember all this back chatter at the telethon that it was going to be boycotted by many Armenians who were upset over the protocols. So there is some tremendous unity coming together for that telethon, but still, there are politics that rear its head. The genocide, I think we do come together in some ways, and yet If you look at the approach of the Armenian Assembly and the ANC, you will see that they are bitterly divided in many ways. There's a kind of positioning. Is it egos? I don't know. There's this constant positioning to see who is going to be the primary voice on that issue. So I found a case of unity in my own story, and I want to tell you a bit about that. I think it provides maybe a case study where if we come together in this Congress, this idea that I think Harut has done a pretty good job of putting some meat on the bones, although it's still kind of being born. But if we come together, how might that coming together help us deal with the press, which is kind of my area of expertise? So let me talk to you about the genocide recognition at newspapers, and then maybe something will be instructive at the end of this. At the LA Times, when I arrived in the mid-1980s, it was very unclear how they would deal with the genocide. One story would say genocide, another story would say alleged genocide, and at some point these things started to upset me and a few of the other Armenians at the LA Times. And there was one particular case, I think it was in 85, 86, where it was pretty egregious, and I got a call from Harut, and I just happened to know Harut, and he said, "Mark, what can we do about this?" And so we started joining forces, gathering information that people inside the paper could read, and not have to read history books, but just read some stuff. And I remember calling Peter Balakian back in New York, and he sent some stuff our way. And we got the editors to sit down and look at this, and they said, okay, no more alleged genocide. That was in 85, 86. Well, for those of you who are readers of the LA Times, you know that transgression, that offense, continued to happen time and again. And so at some point, we formally went to our editors at the LA Times, 4 Armenians and 1 Jew, and we asked them to take a look at some documents to finally kind of decide what they're going to do, because it was so inconsistent. And I remember this job went to a copy editor named Clark Stevens, and he sat down for 3 months and went through all this stuff, and he came out in our policy book at the LA Times, our style book, and said that the Armenian genocide is no longer a matter of equivocation. It happened, and we refer to it as the Armenian genocide. There was a tremendous amount of work leading up to that. My cousin Aris Janigian, who's a novelist, I mean, he just beat up the ombudsman at the LA Times for years trying to make the case. Harut made the case. We made it internally. And finally, in 2005, the paper decided, okay. So in 2007, I decided to write a piece on an aspect of the Armenian genocide that I thought was very interesting. In my 20-year career at the LA Times, I wrote 3 stories about the Armenian genocide. I wasn't a writer of Armenian stories. I was fascinated by the Chinese migration, the black migration, all the other ethnic groups. I didn't feel like I wanted to write about my own ethnic group necessarily in the newspaper. But this piece was important. It had never been told by anyone. And it basically was about the Jewish denial of the Armenian genocide. The work behind the scenes that Abraham Foxman and many other of the major Jewish organizations were doing, the working hand in glove with Turkey to deny the Armenian genocide. And so I pitched it to an editor at the LA Times whose name was Bob Orlean. I'd never worked with Bob Orlean before, but the paper wanted to increase its coverage of Armenian issues, so it naturally went to some Armenians on the staff. So I pitched it to Orlean, he said, okay, let's do it. And I did all the reporting, and I started with the Turkish Consul General, and I went to all the heads of the major Jewish organizations, and Abe Foxman said some really astounding things to me. And then at some point he said, ARAX, is that an Armenian name? And I said, well, what does it matter? I mean, I'm a journalist. So I published this, I wrote the story, and it was scheduled for the front page. And there were no problems with it, no problems in bias. I wrote it as a journalist, not as an Armenian. And it was supposed to run on a Monday, and by Wednesday I remember calling up the copy desk at the LA Times and saying, what's the problem with the story? And they said, you need to check with Doug France. Well, Doug France was the managing editor of the paper. And so I wrote him a note and said, what's the problem with the story? And a couple hours later, I got a response that basically boiled down to it was that your byline is the problem with the story. In other words, the fact that I was Armenian somehow made me suspect in telling this story. And then he mentioned that I and some other Armenians had reminded the paper of that style book policy that we had, that there was no equivocation on the Armenian genocide a year or two earlier when the word alleged kind of sneaked back in. And he said that because of that, I was an Armenian activist. So here I was, a story censored, a kind of, to me, a clear form of discrimination. And where did I go? There was no collective body, no Congress to go to. So I went to my cousin Aris, and I told him, here's my pickle. And then he went to Harut, and then Harut went to the ANC, and the ANC went to its people, and then someone went to the Armenian Assembly, and then pretty soon a whole movement happened. And it wasn't about any of the divisions. It was simply a story. It was clear. It was a story of an aspect of our history being censored, and an Armenian journalist, being silenced. So that effort was pan-Armenian. It was all across the diaspora. In one day, the LA Times received 7,000 emails from Armenians across the country, the publisher in France, and it shut down part of the system at the LA Times. So I think that illustrates maybe the power of us being able to come together. I do like it that there are a bunch of different groups, okay? I like that. I like that they're fighting and there's all sorts of stuff going on. As a writer, I love that, okay? But if I was someone, a lobbyist or something like that, I might say, you know what, there's a more effective way to do this, a more effective way to communicate to the media our message. And when journalists hear from the ANC or they hear from the Armenian Assembly, they know they're hearing from a lobbying group. And that lobbying, that notion carries a bit of a taint with it. So if we had something that was above all that, above the fray, I think it could be powerful and it can be very effective. But boy, would I love to be inside that body when it was discussing all this stuff. Okay. There'd be a story there. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll continue. We have not heard yet beyond the fact that he was held up his plane in San Francisco from Mr. Giragos, but we'll continue to follow that, and maybe he'll be with us later. But at this point, it's time for our 15-minute question and answer. So please, Ambassador, come forward, and Mark, please come forward, and you have to answer questions. You've got the...
Why not? I was the fastest up here. All right.
Go ahead.
So we're going to start out with another, by the way, David Grigoryan, Dr. David Grigoryan of Policy Forum Armenia, which is a think tank out of Washington, D.C., is on a train to New York to speak at the ARF 120th anniversary deal, but he's watching us as we speak now. He has a question, and it is regarding the Armenian, actually it's something that Ambassador Evans brought up, which was Armenia being, Sabih Ghazarian's talk about Armenia being the center of unity for Armenia as far as Armenians. But beyond that, there's a much more important question, which is within the last 24 hours, 5 Armenian servicemen were killed in 2 separate incidents by friendly fire, and several were wounded. I'm just learning about this myself. This is not an isolated incident by part of a pattern that we've been hearing about in the past few months. What would the diaspora organizations do to address this situation? And I'd like to add that on September 13th, I was involved in sounding the alarm about the abuses with a YouTube video of a beating of some conscripts, and I was personally called by the Minister of Defense at 11 o'clock at night while I was sleeping, asking me why 2 weeks earlier when I saw him I didn't bring this to his attention, and then I was one of the people that were being threatened with prosecution for spreading Azeri propaganda. So my question is, what will the diaspora organization do? And yes, is Armenia the nucleus of Armenian unity? And if it is, should we be involved in correcting the situation there?
Okay. Ambassador. Let's hold that down, please.
I don't think I can really answer your question, quite frankly. We're just discussing today the possibility of some kind of a structure. I think it's very unclear what kind of decision-making it would do. Certainly, what we're talking about is not creating a new state, but creating something that would have influence. And influence at a certain point becomes power. You can't draw a sharp line between them. The Armenian diaspora already has influence and power. This might be a way of multiplying or adding to that influence and power. On the question of the servicemen, this is most dismaying to hear. Unfortunately, in all of the post-Soviet states, with the possible exception of the Baltics, there have been these problems of hazing. Now, I don't mean to judge what this was exactly. We have, unfortunately, far too many friendly fire incidents in our own American armed forces, and accidents happen and so on. But there does seem to be a big problem there, and I know the authorities are aware of it. The media are aware of it, but it is really up to them to deal with it, I think. These are, nothing is more under the control of a state than a soldier, and the conditions in which they live are up to them to correct.
Though, if I may add, that the Armenian army today protects the Armenian nation, which is our identity. So effectively, we do benefit from, or we are responsible also.
Well, we need to have questions. I've got to emphasize that now.
Yeah, let me just add, though, Professor, if I may, that Sabih Ghazarian, in this interview that I commend to you, which appeared in something called Capital Daily, it was on November 13th, it's widely available on the web, reacted to Minister Hakobian's idea that young men from the diaspora should go and serve in the Armenian armed forces by saying, wait a minute here, we don't have the basis for this. It's just not realistic. When many young Armenians in the Republic of Armenia don't want to serve and will do a lot to get out of it. So there is a problem here.
Very good point, Ambassador. Please, next.
Ambassador Evans, Mr. Arax, thank you for interesting idea. Sorry for the voice flu. So my question is basically number one question to you, Ambassador Evans. I believe that everybody will agree that such a process has to be scientific. Now, in science, going back to the first principles, if something is not repeatable, it's not scientific. Now, we have many nations that they had basically diasporas throughout the history. But this idea is actually something unique. As you said, it's never tried before. I actually scratch my head thinking that is it really possible to have such a system, such a collective pan-national system? And is it really going to serve any need? I mean, is it really redundant? Or because at the end of the day, all we heard was this organization, when it comes to its mission, it is going to be something which is going to be catering to the interest of the local players.
Let's just hold that very important question, because there's several other papers coming addressing those issues. So please have some patience. There's also going to be a round table, but those issues are going to be really discussed.
Okay, can I ask a second question?
Yes, please, very quickly.
Sure. So second question is to Mr. Arax. You actually touched upon something very important, which is now something actually, you said it briefly, that in civil society, basically modern civil societies are structures that don't have coherent systems. They have subsystems. They have centers of power that are actually maybe harmonious, but they're not unified. And I was actually going to ask you if you have actually negative feelings for such a system that is going to, or such an idea that is being suggested here today.
Well, I talked about my ambivalence coming from the vantage of a writer. If I'm looking at it through other eyes, I could see that something like this can be an umbrella, really. It would not, I mean, I know the temptation is to say that it's going to be, it would usurp Armenia, step on the toes of Armenia. It would be something competing, but I don't think, I think you could create lines that would keep those things distinct. You know, we always refer to Israel and the Jewish community for our examples, and sometimes those are apt, kind of, it's an apt metaphor. If you look at the major Jewish organizations, they work very closely with Israel, but they have their lines, and sometimes they disagree as to approach, but they always come out usually with some unanimity. And so if I see this, I could see it easily drawn in a way that would, it'd be very interesting. You know, to have 2 representatives from the San Joaquin Valley, to have, 20 from Glendale, you know, whatever it is, and then they get together and they hash this stuff out, and then when they come out with something, after all that hashing, it has, you know, some unanimous thing behind it. And I think that can be something that adds to Armenia, not necessarily steps on Armenia's toes.
There is no Jewish... Sorry.
I'm Simon Simonian, and the question is already touched upon by Mr. Arax, namely the Jewish lobby and the Jewish experience of over 150 years from Herzl, right? Can we recruit them to help us in this organization and learn from their experience?
Very, very good question, Doctor. There will be a report on that by Dr. Nairi Derderian in about an hour and a half, especially addressing that issue. Sir.
My question is specifically to Mr. Arax. In regards to your studies, have you noticed any anti-Armenian sentiment, or sometimes called Armenophobia? And what are the root causes? Because every time there's any resolution or any Armenians running for office, it sometimes raises its ugly head. Is there anything that you've looked into, in specifically your case or the case of the Armenian genocide resolution, that the root cause can be solved or at least addressed?
You know, I don't know if what was going on at the LA Times with the genocide recognition had anything to do with, you know, Armenia phobia or something like that. You know, you'd hear some wisecracks sometimes in the newsroom about Glendale and things like that. But, you know, it was like newsroom kind of humor. I don't know what's behind it. I think we can make a case in America today that there's Islamophobia happening. All you have to listen to is, you know, Glenn Beck and this all these crackpots with their vitriol. But I don't know about Armenia. I think where you see some backlash is where the Armenian population is concentrated. But we're readers. We're potential readers. I hope we are. And so I think that carries some weight too. But I didn't see anything. Now maybe Doug Franz, I know this, loved Turkey. He spent his time in Turkey as a New York Times correspondent before coming to LA. So he was very much, of that ilk, and I think that reared its head, certainly. And now he's back, unfortunately. The conclusion of that story is all that pressure pushed him out. He ended up getting fired from the LA Times, but he ended up landing a job on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee with John Kerry. And some of Kerry's viewpoints have changed in the last couple of years, and some people feel that might be reflective of France being the guy whispering in his ear.
I've heard the same thing. At this point, I'd like to ask Dr. Levon Marashtian to identify his location so that I can talk to him. Levon, okay. Last question, we have 2 minutes, literally.
Mark, for you, I am asking because always is a mention that Jewish are backing the Turks or they're blocking. Well, because I have done a study and research, I'm not going to say what is because I had no time to speak about it. But it's good to know what is the cause. Is political? What is?
Yeah.
That's very important for us to understand.
First of all, we have to look all the major genocide scholars who have pushed the Armenian genocide have been Jewish. So let's give them a huge nod, okay? This comes from the kind of neoconservative major Jewish organizations who are basically looking at Israel's relationship to Turkey. And, Turkey was the first Muslim country to recognize Israel. All that has to do. So what they're looking at is what is good for Israel, and they see that this issue is something that allows them to curry favor with Turkey and back and forth. So we are just a pawn in those kinds of geopolitics. But it's not the entire community by any means. So that's it. It's geopolitics.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We do have about a 10-12 minute coffee break and then 3 very important critical presentations would answer some of these questions. So let's postpone, after which there's a round table discussion. So there's plenty of time to talk about. So let's take our 12-minute break and come right back for the last 3 presentations. Levon Marashtian, please come forward, and Professor Asturian, Stepan Asturian, and Dr. Nairi Derderian. To start coming. Uraman. Okay. Rametsek. Yete ners kalumitchunik. Tursielek. Shad Burchem. Professor Asturian. Thank you for coming. Keep on writing. Uraman. Professor Oshin Keshishian is here. May I recognize you, sir? Thank you. He just spoke to our colloquium last Monday. We have several announcements. Number one, we have our third symposium coming up in 2 weeks on December the 4th. We are co-sponsoring that with the Armenian Review, the scholarly magazine that's published, journal that's published, Armenian Studies that's published in Boston. The 120th anniversary of the Armenian Revolutionary Federation. It will be in the Davidson Conference Center on Saturday. Beyond that, we expect to have a number of other conferences, maybe depending on our circle of followers. We may have another conference on the diaspora. If there is interest in that, it all depends on our people and them getting in touch with us. If we can sponsor them, if we have the money and the means and the time. We have so many people approaching us, and we can't always say yes because we don't have the staff, enough staff or enough money, certainly, especially these days. But whenever we have and we can, and the issue is very important and scholarly, having to do with aspects of Armenian life, the Institute is multidisciplinary and will try to meet that need. At this point, let me introduce our three speakers. Number one will be my old friend. I mean, he's been around like me, but he's not as old. Dr. Levon Marashtian, who received his PhD in history from the University of Southern California, University of California at Los Angeles, the friendly organization across the city, UCLA. We are extremely close. Some of my best friends are from UCLA, including, Hosep. Okay, so let me just continue with Levon's introduction. He teaches at Glendale College. He's written a very, very important book, especially Politics and Democracy, Armenians, Turks, and Kurds in the Ottoman Empire, that came in 1991. It's a first-rate scientific work on demography in the Ottoman Empire. He's published all kinds of other things, but among other things, of course, like some rare Armenians, the rarest. He is a U.S. Army Vietnam veteran. Levon will be talking about the problems that face what we've talked about, the problem of unity and the necessity and difficulty, therefore, of establishing a diaspora Congress. Dr. Marashtian.
Thank you, Harad. I'll be speaking today from the perspective of someone who participated in previous attempts to unify the diaspora. In 1979, there was the first World Congress of Armenians, which took place in Paris. I was a participant there in 1979. Almost at the same time, or a little afterwards, there was formed in California Armenian Congress of California. And my experience with those two organizations and my support for those two organizations is what shapes the views I'm going to give you today. I speak from that perspective, someone who supports the idea, someone who thinks that the diaspora organizing to some kind of unified body based on one person, one vote, based on democracy, based on accountability, is something very close to my heart. And so it's been, some people said it's a unique idea. It is not a unique idea. It's been around for decades. It's been attempted before. The World Armenian Congress, for example, was organized by Reverend James Karnouzian, who at the start published a book called Veratarts Tebi Ararajan Dern Ashkar, Return to the Armenian Plateau. And he had a picture on there of Armenians from all over the world walking toward Ararat. Needless to say, it didn't work. In Paris, 1979, several hundred people gathered at the Nico Hotel. Very impressive, very well thought out, moving speeches. Everybody under the sun, and his mother and grandmother and grandfather and everybody else seemed to be there. Most in support, some there just to observe, but nobody publicly said it's a bad idea. And in conversations I've had with a lot of people over the last over 30 years, nobody has ever said the idea is bad. But about whether it can be done, best way to summarize that attitude is a prominent reporter said, and I just asked him, he said I can quote him, Oshin Keshishan, who knows the community very well, he knows the ins and outs, he knows everybody in the community, and everybody's mother and grandmother, he knows all of them. And he said at that time, and maybe he was right, he said, Chillalik pane, it won't work. But at the same time, he also said, yeah, kapara lave, the idea is good, but chillalik pane. Maybe he's right. At that time, 30 years ago, I thought it could be done. I'm more skeptical now, not about whether it can be done, whether it's a good idea. I'm skeptical about whether it can be done, whether Armenians could do it. The First World Congress was followed by a Second World Congress that took place in Lausanne, 1983, significantly the anniversary of the Treaty of Lausanne, signed in Lausanne at the same time, July 1983. Third World Congress took place in 1985, this time in Sèvres, where the Treaty of Sèvres was signed, August 10, 1920. These were significant signals as to what the purpose was. The purpose was global. The purpose was big. The purpose was very important. But it didn't work. In California, I was sent as a delegate. I and a few others were sent from California as a delegate to the First World Congress in Paris. I didn't go to 83, 85, by the way. By a group in California who first began thinking about Congress of American Armenians, and then when we realized difficulties of American Armenians, it became California Armenians. I wrote several articles, 1979, 80. These are the titles. The Armenian Congress of California Convention and Democracy on the National Level. The Armenian Congress of California Convention and National Democracy in Action. This is in 1980. And a convention was held at the Queen Mary in 1980. Again, nice speeches, great ideas. But soon I realized one of the difficulties of organizing this, that this attempt again will face. Getting together into a room, Armenians of diverse backgrounds, and the purpose of a Congress or some kind of body, as I see it, would have to be democratic, in which members of political parties, major organizations, all of them would be there with one man, one person, one vote. And independents, individuals who don't belong to any party or any organization, they would be there. If any of you has ever seen a meeting with the members of one organization, what happens after about half an hour? And they're members of the same organization. Just imagine. I saw it myself with the California Congress, with the World Congress in Paris. Soon I realized in the California Congress that the majority seemed to have different goals than mine. The global aspect became shortchanged, and it turned into something like another political party, where they began talking about raising money to fund campaigns for California State Assembly or LA City Council, and on and on. Good cause, there's nothing wrong with that. But there are organizations that already do that. That was duplication. That was reinventing the wheel. I realized that the global issues were not on the minds of most of those people. So I left, and then it failed. But the Queen Mary was very interesting. My view is that a democratic body is needed for several reasons. One is that there are a lot of Armenians in the diaspora, individuals, who are talented, useful, patriotic. Most of them aren't. Most of them are just lost causes. But there are some good people there who can't find a niche in the community within existing organizations, especially political. If they don't agree with this or that ideology of this or that party, those individuals don't participate. But if there were to be a democratic body with no ideology of its own, political, yes, but non-partisan. There's a big difference between partisanship and being political. Being non-partisan with a long-term goal in mind, individuals who don't contribute anything to the community now might come in and consequently would swell the ranks of active members of the community. Legitimacy is another reason to have this kind of body. This kind of body, a Congress, other names can be used, but Congress sounds nice to me. It would be a forum to debate various issues openly from different perspectives, to define priorities, to define goals, and to coordinate the pursuit of national interests. Not to necessarily do everything, because we already have existing organizations, political parties, who do a lot of good work. They make mistakes, certainly, but they've done so much over the years, you can't just shun them aside. This kind of organization, however, would have something that no political party has, no organization has, no matter how wealthy that organization is. No existing organization has a pan-Armenian legitimacy to represent a wide, all-encompassing array of opinions. In a country, citizens have an elective body. It's called their government. So in Armenia, the people of Armenia do elect their government. Might not be the best type of election in the world, but it is a legitimate representation of the people. The diaspora doesn't have that. This kind of body would help the diaspora reach its peak potential. As it is now, the diaspora is unorganized. Each individual organization may be organized, but it's unorganized. Its efforts are uncoordinated. There's often duplication of effort. There's no allocation of resources based on logical, scientific study. A lot of good work is done, but there's also a lot of waste. Now, in Armenia, I've heard there's some apprehension about this kind of body. Some even say that this idea is somehow to compete with the Armenian government. The evidence that that's not the purpose is that this idea was around decades before today's Armenia existed. There was no Armenia in 1979. And the idea of an independent Armenia was not even on the horizon at that time. And I've been told, before I got involved in the Armenian community, I've been told that decades earlier, there have been ideas like this floating around. So this idea existed before today's Armenia existed. in my view, and again, everyone would have different views, in my view, the primary purpose of such an organization would have to be Armenia. Ultimately, perpetuating the diaspora is essential, obviously, but the primary purpose should be global, to strengthen Armenia in various ways. Armenia should view this kind of organization as an asset, not a competitor, as an asset to complement, to do things that the government cannot do. There are things that a non-governmental political organization can do that the government cannot do. Now, let me mention, before I sound too, I don't know, excessively idealistic, let's look seriously at the difficulties and the drawbacks. One is language. We all know, get a bunch of Armenians in a room speaking one language, that's bad enough. Imagine when you have the language difficulty. Logistics, geography, enormous logistical problems. Just imagine what it takes just to organize a demonstration, what it takes. Or to just organize a banquet, what it takes. A lot of us in this room have done things like that. But magnify that on a global level with really serious issues, not what is going to be on the menu of the banquet. Getting a bunch of people together to think the same way is impossible, and it's not necessary, it's not even desirable to think the same way. But people in this organization, this kind of organization, would have to at least share an overall common vision, which I think has to be supporting the national interests of the Armenian people. There's opposition, there has been opposition to this kind of idea from the three traditional political parties, not voiced opposition, but undercurrent, and from all major organizations. Again, undercurrent. Again, I haven't heard anybody say publicly it's a bad idea. But, chillarik pane. The opposition is understandable. These organizations, these parties and these organizations have worked for decades, some for over 100 years. They have resources, they have bank accounts, they own real estate all over the world. They've actually done things. It's natural for them to feel that, what is this? They have nothing, they've done nothing, that means this new organization, and what is backing them? Why should anybody follow them? We have a 100-year history. That feeling is understandable. If someone wants to do something, why don't they join us? If they don't join us, why don't they join them? There's an undercurrent of sentiment like that. My feeling is existing organizations, including political parties, would benefit from a diaspora Congress. They'd be participants, and they have an advantage. They're already organized, their membership is disciplined. A disciplined member of an organization inside a democratic one-person, one-vote body has an advantage. In the US Congress, it's called a caucus. There's a black caucus, women's caucus. They'd have a Tashnak caucus, Ramgavra caucus, Hunchakan caucus, AGBU caucus. It's perfectly democratic, perfectly legitimate, so they go in with experience, with more knowledge than a lot of individual Armenians, so they have an advantage. But at the same time, they'd have to compete in a democratic way. They have to share power, sometimes win an argument, sometimes lose an argument. But ultimately, if their arguments are good, they could recruit members. Members, people who would never probably go to an Armenian community event organized by this or that group, they would never go there. But in a Pan-Armenian Congress, everybody is there. And everyone has no choice but to listen to the other side. They could get recruits. And through those recruits, through the things a Congress could do that other speakers talked about already, existing organizations could magnify. They could magnify their influence. Well, there's some drawbacks or obstacles. One is money. And my friend Harut said money is not, I don't think he meant money is not important, but money is secondary. Well, I don't know. I used to think that way too. Maybe when you have a lot of money, you say it's secondary. When you don't have much, it becomes primary. Money becomes very important. To do something like this, to succeed, would require enormous amount of funding, especially initially. Someone has to fund it. And it has to be someone with an impeccable, nonpartisan background. Because nobody will trust the other guy. And there is someone in the world that exists today like that. There may be more than one. With impeccable, nonpartisan credentials that could at least fund, at least an attempt to begin, without any guarantee of success, to at least begin the first step by having a Congress of Armenians at least try, sit down, and someone said hash it all out, debate, at least debate the idea. Another drawback is that while this kind of body is being organized, it will take resources, money, away from other things, emergency, urgent, immediate things that have to be done, projects that are in the works now. So as Armenians are trying to organize something like this, that effort and the resources that goes into that might be resources and effort drawn from other more immediate concerns. If it's not done carefully, Armenians could form something of long-term value, but lose some very important things in the immediate presence. We all know what those issues are. The Artsakh issue, the genocide recognition issue, issue of claims, reparations, and so forth. The difficulties are formidable and maybe insurmountable. But if it's successful, the benefits would be enormous. And I think essential. These benefits are necessary for the future of the diaspora and for Armenia. A unified, powerful diaspora is necessary for the perpetuation of the diaspora and for what I think is the most important ultimate goal, which is to secure a moral and material justice for the genocide issue. Moral and material justice. Because without that material justice, Armenia's future does not look bright. Today's Armenia, in its current situation, even if it had none of the internal problems that we know it has, even if it did not have those problems, Armenia made problems. The problems created by the Turkish government in 1915 to 1923 has created an Armenia today that will find it difficult to sustain itself into the future as an independent, prosperous, secure nation. And ultimately, that, I think, should be the long-term goal of any kind of organization like this. To help Armenia become secure, prosperous, viable, for it to continue on that territory as a significant actor on the international stage, as a unique actor because of his experience, a unique significance in the region and on the global stage, in order to reverse the policy put into motion in 1915. That policy was to eliminate Armenians as a significant factor in the Middle East and globally. And Turkey almost succeeded. And an organization like this could perhaps reverse that policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Marashtian. I'm very pleased that they're the discipline. I mean, they're really taking that 20-minute limit seriously. I'm gratified. we're delighted to have all the way from up north another UCLA doctorate, Dr. Stefan Asturian, who is a executive director of the Armenian Studies program at the University of California at Berkeley. In fact, I think he founded it, if I'm not mistaken. And he is also, at the same time, William Saroyan, adjunct assistant professor in Armenian and Caucasian history in the Department of History at Berkeley. He has published extensively on Armenian, Ottoman, and Azerbaijani history, and is a member of various scholarly and academic organizations. He will be talking about keeping up with the problems associated with developing this kind of pan-diaspora organization. He will be talking about the traditional Armenian political parties, something that's been raised repeatedly this morning and afternoon. The traditional Armenian political parties and the problem of establishing a pan-Armenian unit or a coordination. Dr. Asturian.
I would like to thank Harut Sasunian for suggesting my name, I believe, and especially Professor Dekmedjan for inviting me to this excellent event. Now, when I was in 10th grade in France, or seconde, as they say, we used to discuss two playwrights of the 17th century, Corneille and Racine. And it used to be said that Corneille dealt with humanity as it should be, or as it ought to be, and Racine as it is. So today I will be dealing with the situation not as it should be ideally in the future, but as it stands to a certain extent. The reason I am giving this paper is that I was asked by a strategic institute in Armenia to give my opinion about this topic. This has been published already, and it's a slight variation on that report. So let's start with definitions. By political parties of the diaspora is meant the Armenian Revolutionary Federation or Tashnaktsutyun, the Social Democrat and Chagyan Party, and the Armenian Democratic Liberal Party or Ramgavar Azadagan Party. The Armenian Assembly of America is not truly a political party, and the scope of its activities is limited to the US. Second definition, by diaspora is meant the Western diaspora, that is all the Armenian communities outside Armenia, the former Soviet Union, and Turkey. By coordination, third, is meant a permanent representative institutional structure within the diaspora and its relationship with the government of Armenia, aimed at advancing the interests of the government of Armenia, outside Armenia, and those of the diaspora. Now, let's move to the second part, the parameters of the problem. First point, the Western diaspora, as defined above, encompasses extremely diverse communities, and according to the best estimates, stands around 2.2 to 2.5 million Armenians. Based on educated guess and approximations and also some knowledge, the membership of the above-mentioned parties in the Western diaspora, not in Armenia, is around 12 to at most 14,000 individuals, and depending on those numbers, 67, 70 to 80% of that figure is made up of Tashnaktsagans. Thus, the membership of Armenian political parties in the West is no more than 0.5, is more than 0.5 and less than 0.7% of the population of the diaspora. Again, based on semi-educated guess, about half of the membership of those parties is based in the three Middle Eastern communities, Lebanon, Syria, and Iran, even though the current population of those communities doesn't even reach 300,000 Armenians in that area. In a nutshell, the density of political membership, say per 1,000 Armenians, is incomparably higher in the shrinking Middle Eastern communities than in Europe, South America, North America, or Australia. As a result of this situation and of the better organization of the Middle Eastern communities in the interwar years, it can be stated that the only area in the world where these parties wield significant influence in the local Armenian community is the local Armenian communities in the Middle East. Europe, in particular, its major French-Armenian community, about 400, perhaps 500,000 individuals, represents the polar opposite. And I am not surprised that it is in France, indeed, that an attempt is evolving that appears to be successful so far at creating democratic representation. If we consider the Western diaspora as a whole, all these parties combined influence only a minority or a small minority of the diasporan Armenians. In some communities, Lebanon, Aleppo, North Jura, they influence a majority, and this is due in part to the nature of those countries or those communities. Lebanon being a communal, country, which is a very particular state, if it is a state actually. No? The problem is that the Middle Eastern communities are no more the center of the Western diaspora as they used to be from World War II to the early 1980s. Since 1975, they have lost close to 60 to 70, even 75% of their population. In addition, the states in which they are located do not carry much weight internationally, even though the friendly relations of some of them with the government of Armenia shouldn't be underestimated. I am thinking of Iran, Syria. Within the Western diaspora, and leaving aside the three above mentioned Middle Eastern countries, the clear majority of the Armenian population lives in the United States of America, perhaps 700,000, and in France, 400 to 500, as I said. In the former, Armenian parties, especially the Tashnaktsutun, have some influence over perhaps 15–20% of the population in Southern California. In the later, France, no party has any significant influence to speak of. Even though they might not control the majority of the Armenian population in the West, these parties, along with some other organizations, such as the AGBU, control most of the institutions existing in those communities: schools, newspapers, sports associations, women's philanthropic associations, cultural associations, youth organizations, and so on. No diaspora would exist today if those parties had not built those institutions and founded those organizations, mostly in the interwar years, for they constitute the backbone of this community. Without these institutions, schools, and so on, Armenian communities in the West would not be a true diaspora, but a series of unstructured collectivities. On the other hand, one wonders whether the organizational structure that emerged in the late 20s, after the massive dislocation of the Armenian nation as a result of the genocide, is still efficient today, when the large majority of the diaspora, in particular its highly educated elements, is not related to these parties. In addition, one has to draw attention to the similarity of some of the structures of the diaspora with those in the past existing in communist parties, that is a party controlling the cultural association, sports, and everything. So we are dealing with a very peculiar structure. In this context, one wonders whether these parties can claim to represent the whole of the diaspora when they sign some document together. The legitimacy of their claim of representativeness, it seems to me, can easily be questioned. Yet there is no doubt that organized and committed minorities tend to carry more weight in sociopolitical matters than much larger but disorganized majorities. Third part, characteristics of these parties. All these parties rely on their past to justify their present, their legitimacy or achievements they view, especially stretching from the period of the 1880s to the early 1920s. In the case of the Hunchagians and Ramgavar, there is also some pride in the fact that they supported Soviet Armenia during the years of the Cold War. All of these parties, their Western leadership and most of their Western membership alike, feel they incarnate the best defense of the Armenian cause, Haitad, and something known as Armenianness. Many of their statements since 1991 suggest that they viewed then the leaders of newly reborn independent Armenia as being amateurs inexperienced in international politics. The Western segments of the Tashnaktsutun in particular have a strong sense of representing the will and interest of the Armenian people. In fact, there is a large disconnect between the original ideology of these parties, still used as a legitimacy tool, and their practice. For example, how could a liberal conservative party like the Ramgavar party back Soviet Armenia? How could a Marxist party like the Hunchagian support President Ter-Petrosyan in 1997 at a time when he was on the verge of establishing a so-called right bloc party, similar to the American Republican Party? In the case of a socialist ARF, Armenian Revolutionary Federation, how could it be part of the governments of President Kocharyan? And why did all three parties, were they reluctant, to say the least, to endorse the process of independence of Armenia in 1990-91, after declaring, for example, in the case of the Tashnaktsutun, Azad Angach Yevmiatsial Hayastan over the previous 2 decades. Another characteristic of these parties is their internal dynamic. I mean, the main explanatory dynamic for the actions of the Ramgavar and Hunchagian parties is their deep dislike for the more dominant Tashnaktsutun. Insofar as the latter is concerned, it is its grandiose self-perception as the founder of the First Republic in 1918. The reality, however, is that then, as in 1991, it was more than reluctant to proclaim independence. This has been documented by Professor Hovannessian. You can check his book. Today, if we assess those parties, the Hunchagian party is essentially moribund and exists overall only in name in some Middle Eastern communities of the diaspora. Okay? The Ramgavar party appears to have lost its organic ties with the AGBU, and as a result is also losing significant ground. And both parties are no more as influential as they used to be, let's say, in the 1950s and 60s. The extent to which outside influences within the leadership of these parties might have shaped some of their policies over the past decades also remains to be seen. None of these parties has a real tradition of democratic practices, and all of them are essentially devoid of real state experience of any significance. Their own survival and their preservation of their audience of believers is their main goal. With the exception of a few instances over the past 30, 40 years, I am thinking of the agreement on positive neutrality during the Lebanese civil war, and their common declaration against the Armenian process towards independence. They have rejected any representative diaspora structure, and they have also rejected any kind of structured collaboration within them with one another. All three parties have felt it appropriate to create structures of their own in Armenia, and thus many people who have very little to do with the traditions of these parties have joined them in Armenia. This has reached the point where one of these parties is now essentially dominated by its elements in Armenia. All of this having been said, what are the consequences? As a result of these developments, these parties are now to various degrees part of the political game in Armenia. Those opposing the government have little incentive to collaborate with it to organize the diaspora. Those playing a more ambiguous game, currently the Tashnaktsutun, will at most use the possibility of limited coordination as a bargaining tool. Two of these parties, Ramgavars and Hunchagians, have been divided into 2 to 3 segments over the past decade, and one wonders which segment is the real party. All three parties view with some suspicion any attempt by the government of Armenia to structure the diaspora. They perceive this as a threat to their own legitimacy. More generally, key policies of the Armenian government, such as the latest protocols, cannot be accepted by them. Another issue that is extremely important, of course, is that if the Armenian state wants to be part of the process of coordinating the diaspora, it should have democratic credentials itself, legitimacy itself, and since the parliamentary elections of 1995, unfortunately, there has been a drift towards less than representative elections. Since the 1990s also, the Armenian government's policies towards the diaspora has been particular. President Bedrosian and those around him did their best to disparage the diaspora and to divide its parties. President Kocharyan's regime staged 2 diaspora conferences that looked more like a show. The Sarkisian government has formed a diaspora ministry, and I don't want to comment on its activities. Conclusion, it is highly unlikely that the Armenian government will be able to coordinate some of its actions with these 3 traditional Armenian parties in the short to medium term. I am thinking of 2 to 5 years. Overall, Armenian political culture lacks traditions of political tolerance, of legitimate representation, of democratic practices, and of public accountability. The reasons for this situation stem, of course, from a particular history, the deprivation of statehood, the genocide, and especially the prominence of some Middle Eastern communities in Armenian communal life over the past 60 years. People coming from communities where democracy and so on is viewed as a joke, and the rule of law is viewed as essentially useless and to be circumvented if you are smart, of course. Finally, I was taught in philosophy classes in France to question topics and their formulations, and I will finish, sorry. Thus, I am led to ask why Armenian governments, like those we have had over the past 20 years, would need a solidly coordinated and democratically legitimate representative body of the diaspora. Being what they are themselves, as a result of the peculiarities of the elections there since '95, such a diaspora body, assuming it is legitimate, democratic, representative, would present a serious counterweight to the policies of the Armenian state. It seems to me the current situation offers more opportunities to such governments who can always co-opt the Knights of Vartan now, AGBU, then perhaps Tashnak Sutyun in the future or in the past, and always claim to have some backing in the diaspora. The real urge to reshape the diaspora comes from the diaspora itself, and that's the healthy part of the process. Harut Sasunian's articles, the articles that have appeared in Kerart online in Canada, the CAF in Armenia, the Conseil de Coordination des Organisations Arméniennes de France, the Western Armenian National Congress, all these are attempts emerging in the diaspora to do something. Up to now, all such attempts have failed, but I believe they are highly necessary. And thank you for your patience.
That's what in American politics is called speaking truth to power. Thank you, Dr. Asturian. And now our last speaker is a junior colleague. Dr. Nairi Derderian is vice chairperson of the Armenian Relief Society of Western USA. She was born and raised in Southern California and has been very active in the Armenian community. She received her PhD in political science from Stanford University and her JD in international law from Stanford University as well, specializing in non-governmental organizations and civil society. Nairi will tell us a little bit about various models and modalities of bringing about such a trans-diaspora organization, specifically discussing the Zionist, that is the Jewish precedent, and I'll add to those remarks, and then we will have our roundtable. Dr. Dederian.
Thank you, Dr. Dukmejan. And I would like to thank Dr. Dukmejan and Harut for asking me to speak at the conference, though it was unexpected by my part. But I appreciate being here with people with such stature who have accomplished so much in their lifetime. One small thing, even though Governor Dukmejan left, while he was running for governor, and since I'm a member of the ARS, and I have to make the correction, where in 1986, the Armenian Relief Society did establish a chapter in Long Beach, which is still active today. So it wasn't there while he was running for governor, but it was there while he was governor. Just a little correction. The comments I'm going to make today is my disclaimer, have nothing to do with the Armenian Relief Society. This is totally the academic portion of my life, not the volunteer portion of my life. So we're discussing trans-diaspora framework, and why not take models that have worked or failed or somewhat seem to work and use them as examples for what could happen with the Armenian diaspora. Basically speaking, the first attempt at any World Congress comes in 1897 from the Jews, particularly a man named Herzl, who's very well known to the Israeli state today. In fact, there's an award named after him. And in 1897, in Switzerland, he brings together 200 Israelis or 200 Jews to form the first Jewish Congress, World Congress. Out of the 200 delegates, only 170 are allowed to vote, 12 of which are non-Jewish people, 18 women who were all, disclaimer, who were given the right to vote in the second Congress because they found out how important women's input was. And the entire point behind this first World Jewish World Congress was to create a Jewish colonial trust. It was a banking system to franchise Jewish settlements in Eretz Israel. Most of us say, where's Eretz Israel? It's an area very well known to Armenian people today, the Ottoman Empire. So, how does the WZO work? Currently, it's got 500 delegates. It's part of the Jewish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's held every 4 to 5 years with elections. Prior to 1960, the elections were based on individuals. Every Israeli was allowed to vote as long as they were the age of 18 by the day of the opening of the Congress. Currently, since 1992, they've redrafted the model and it's organizational based. Organizational and regional. So organizations that are Zionist organizations and belong to the World Zionist Organization actually belong to regional Zionist organizations, such as the American Zionist Organization, the AZO. So in order to vote in the World Zionist Organization, you need to be a member of the AZO. How does one come about being a member of the AZO? You have to be part of a Jewish organization. In other words, this entire plethora of organizations that exist within the Armenian diaspora, as an example to bring, would have to belong to this greater organization. Then this greater regional organization would belong to the World Armenian Congress or World Armenian Organization, whatever the name becomes to be after all the things. So this is the Jewish concept. But there's one small stipulation that the Israelis have because it belongs to the Foreign Ministry of Israel. The 500 delegate breakdown is as follows. 38% of the 500 delegates have to be Israeli citizens and residing in Israel, which means 190 delegates out of the 500 are Israeli residents. 29% of those delegates are from the United States, 145. 33% represent the rest of the world, which is 165 individuals. Based on this, we can see where the Israeli population is based more of within the United States. The next example is the Hellenic diaspora thing. And Harut realized this in his article as well as in his topic today with the Italians and the Hellenic, as in the Greeks. The Italians, there is not much information on because they're pretty dysfunctional in the diaspora. But the Greeks have made an attempt, even though they're not as functional as the Jews are. The Greek model also has a convention every 4 years. It elects an executive of 11 members out of those delegates, and it's out of 450 delegates, and it's broken into 7 regions: the US, Western Europe, Canada, Australia and the Oceania area, Central and Southern America, Africa and the Middle East. That's it. That's the entire breakup. So there's one delegate there's delegates and representation of population from each. So it's similar to what Harut had mentioned about 20,000 residents and an electoral college, but they've broken it down to regions. The other models which are not done by diaspora but we can look at where within governments are the following. It's a total representative, which is what Harut mentioned, 20,000 electoral colleges, 20,000 population electoral college, or such as the US, the upper house, which is 1 or 2 representatives per country. And that, I guess, we will leave to future research to see where we're coming with. Dr. Dikmejan? We're tag teaming, by the way.
Now, how can I add to that? It's obvious that there have been attempts in the past. And our research is just in its beginning stages in comparative diaspora studies. And we have to do much more in this regard in the future if we're ready to go this way. There are several things that are very clear. Number one, that the Armenian diaspora has not been around. The recent diaspora is quite new. But historically, there have been Armenian diasporas for over 2,000 years. Most diasporas die. So a diaspora's first responsibility, if its members are interested, is to organize itself, take care of its own problems in a united or organized manner. Remember that, the point has been made repeatedly that without organization there's no power. Organization equals power. That's one of the first things we teach in our political science classes. Number two, we keep on criticizing Armenians. But if you do comparative studies, you see that human beings generally have difficulty uniting. In the United States, we've experienced that, especially in recent months. And that human beings very often have problems in terms of thinking, in terms of calculating their own self-interests. And if you have human beings who are educated, supposed to be educated, who cannot calculate their self-interests in a pluralist democracy like the United States, can you imagine about the Armenians in dispersion? We tend to be irrational quite often. We make a loud noise. We have great songs and great poetry, and some of which I was quoting. And that's wonderful, spiritual, as is the church. But again, unless you are serious about this, you're making noise. You're creating, problems. You are preventing any unity efforts that could happen, that may have the chance of happening. A lot of our problems involve with some people who need to do their own power moves by virtue of glory seeking, power seeking, money seeking, all of this is wonderful, we understand. But too much of that has happened during the last centuries, from the Armenian Naharars to the present time. And we are indeed facing some existential threats. The Republic is, anyone who tells you that they're having problems, that can defend themselves and so on and so forth, look, we've got to take this very seriously. Coming from some political scientists here, they've told you, we've got very serious problems in Armenia, not only in terms of democracy and so on and so forth, not only in terms of the economy and maldistribution of income, but defense. Now, the question is the diaspora, my colleagues in Glendale with their bourgeois, Mercedes cars, running around and hitting people, having accidents, are they prepared? Do they ever think in these terms? Do you see, that is what we're talking about. We're talking about waking up. Do you see? And I don't know if there is that kind of spirit in us left, because we are all become bourgeois. And once embourgeoisement takes over, then there's really no nationhood, not only for the United States, but also for Armenia. Do you see what I'm talking about? So therefore, we have a pluralist diaspora, and we need to understand that pluralism. The question is, how do you bring a critical mass of that plural diaspora to the table and engage in collective action? Well, we've had a number of suggestions. We've seen the other side, and maybe this future entity will, I do believe in miracles. I still conduct a choir in the church every Sunday, so I do believe in miracles. Tony is here, Tony Manoyan, a very distinguished scientist from up north. And he's got an incredible article talking about ways of establishing such collective action through electronics. Do you see? The global internet. So there are all kinds of interesting topics. But before I stop preaching, you also need to understand that our estimates of the Institute indicate that only about 10% of the Armenian population in the United States has any tie, regular tie, with any Armenian organization. So therefore, take that and think seriously. And I've done my best, but at this point I need to call upon our presenters to come around this round table, which is actually rectangular, and answer your questions. Gentlemen and ladies, please come forward. Dr. Arshadus Rametsek, Harut Sasunyan. Who else do we have? Dr. Demirjan. And there were some others. Ambassador Evans, yes. The governor had to leave, so please come forward, Ambassador, and we can start our round table, square table. Rectangle. That's best, yes. Elongated. Rametsek. Therefore, to begin, and we want to give as many people opportunities as possible, so keep your comments or questions very, very short, and let's get the answers. Let's start with Abu Jabarian.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the timely remarks and the great ideas that we have presented at this wonderful symposium.
Yes.
There is no question that we as dispersed people are in great and dire need not of an organization, not just another organization, but a suprastructure, a system where our youth, where our generations to come can function and can come together. So I'd like to take a quick poll. Some of you distinguished speakers have labeled the discussed entity, the worldwide entity, as being an organization, and some others have labeled it as a structure. How do you view, each and every one of you, how do you view the nature of the worldwide entity being evaluated at this symposium? Do you find it to be just another organization, or a popularly elected and democratically created suprastructure where everybody can come together?
Okay.
Mr. Sassounian?
Let's be very selective here and very quickly. The question was too long already. Mr. Sassounian, go ahead.
A for organization, B for suprastructure.
Aha, we need another symposium. Yes. Harut, go ahead.
It's not another organization. We have too many. We don't need one more organization. This is something that will bring everybody together. That's what the intent is. Thank you.
So you don't want to create an organization, another one. We want to bring about a system to unite the whole, so that, but you don't want to establish another organization. Very important point. Who else wants to comment on this?
Mr. Minasian.
Let me handle this.
A structure,
Apo, okay?
a structure, but
Right.
a structure, of course, but we need a legal status everywhere, in France, in America, in Canada, and everywhere. So the legal status is organization by national branches, but in the world international level, it's a structure, not an organization.
Anyone else?
At least my position was clear. Clearly, it's not an organization as I see it. That's why I use the term Congress as some kind of democratically organized political body, pan-Armenian, based on one person, one vote. So I don't know why you think anyone, I don't think anyone up here thinks it will be an organization, all-encompassing body.
Well, uramen haçorte.
Professor is willing to answer.
Yes?
Professor Asturian is willing to
yes, please.
B. Thank you.
B, okay. Haçorte, Rametsik.
My name is Levon Toros, and this morning we heard about wonderful concepts of critical mass and tipping point. Now, yesterday, the City Council of Los Angeles recognized the Republic of Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh. Now, I think that's significant. Given that Los Angeles is a large community, big city, I'd like to see anybody in the panel to address the significance of this. Is this a precursor to the critical mass or a near future tipping point? What is your analysis? Appreciate it.
Who would like to answer? Go ahead, Ambassador.
If you look at what happened yesterday, I was present for the session of the council. If you look at it in legal terms, its effect is zero. The foreign policy of the United States, or the Constitution of the United States, vests responsibility for foreign policy with the executive branch of the federal government. But that's on the legal side. Politically, it was significant because of what Los Angeles represents. So there is influence there, there is an effect there, but legally the effect is null.
Sir, go ahead.
Well, I agree with the ambassador, of course, but it's very significant because for the first time, the president of Republic of Artsakh comes here, and in addition to running from one Armenian group to another Armenian group, goes for the first time, interfaces with American political circles. He gets recognized by the city council. They address him as president, Mr. President, in the city council. They gave him a proclamation, and they recognize the the Republic of Artsakh, Republic of Nagorno-Karabakh. Nobody said unrecognized. Nobody said who you are. We're going to very shortly hear from the Azerbaijani government that its consulate and its lobbyists here going to make a big outcry. So it was very positive. It's a first step, and there'll be many more things to come. This is how you build statehood, little by little, step by step. So you start with small steps and you build on them.
Yes?
On this topic, something happened yesterday, interestingly, in Orange County at the World Affairs Council, where Artsakh's president spoke, and ahead of time, I was informed by main organizer, Sylvie Tersakyan, that the Azerbaijani consulate and other Azerbaijanis protested to the World Affairs Council, saying that he's not a president, he's leading a separatist movement, and the World Affairs Council should not have him speak because he's not the president of a legitimate country. And eventually the World Affairs Council, after internal debate, they allowed him to speak as president of Artsakh.
Okay, the next question, sir.
Hi, I have a question for Dr. Asturian. Concerning, with respect to your comments about the Ministry of Diaspora in Armenia, I don't know to what extent you followed their activities, but they started from the scratch just a couple of years ago, and they created new paradigms. They established new ways of working with diaspora and establishing connection between, in particular, professionals in diaspora and Armenia. I find your comments extremely disrespectful, because if we do not respect our statehood and state institutions, no matter who works today in that institutions, then no one else would respect our statehood. So the question is, don't you find your comments a little bit unfair?
My point is, I love my comments. The more I think of them, actually, the more I love them. And let me tell you something. I have been lecturing right and left for close to 25 or 30 years. I have grown sick and tired of people who mix analysis with morality. This is not positive, this is negative, you should respect this, you shouldn't respect that. I think those issues have nothing to do with the topic we are discussing. I don't need to be positive, I don't need to be negative, I don't despise Armenia. I state things as I see them. If you can point to one significant, really significant structural achievement from that ministry, please come and give examples. But don't moralize issues and teach lessons about is it respectful, it's not respectful, it's positive, it's negative, or anything else.
Well, maybe, Harut, did you want to address this issue? Or you don't want to touch it? You are on that board, by the way. So you're a member of that organization. So you don't want to...
Just for the record, so we don't start new rumors.
Yes.
Myself and Mr. Vahid Karabetian from sitting here, we are on the board, on advisory board of the ministry. We are, as Armenians, we're proud and happy to give advice to the ministry, but we do not run the ministry. We're not the ministers. We have no decision-making power, but we're very happy. Not only the diaspora ministry, any other ministry or any other even lowest-ranking Armenian in the street, they want advice from any one of us here. We're more than happy to give them our advice, suggestion, assistance. So that's our role.
We should add that a year ago when we visited Armenia with Harut and the ministry, I know that the minister, she's extremely dynamic. Hranush. Hranush. So she's full of fire. And, she does have a new approach, and, we have to give them a chance. So we'll see what happens. Vahe, you want to ask a question? Or I know that you're a member of the same body with Harut.
I don't have any questions, but of course this body or this seminar is not for to organize something. We should talk and to learn what we have to do in coming futures. And we are not able to do anything today, but we will do very coming soon times we have to organize. Now we are talking about roof, which democratic elections, everybody should have a voice. We have to get surveyor to survey what is our problems, what we have to create that, and what we have to do to build that foundation and building. We have a lot of problems, and a lot of things should be solved, which every one of speakers, they were talking about that. All of us, we know. But what we have to do coming future, it's coming. And everything, I am optimistic. You cannot say, oh, it cannot be done the way I heard about that. But it cannot be done, that's forever. Could be done, could be 1 year, 1 month, 5 years, 10 years, later to be 25 years. We passed thousands of years not done. Since Mesrop Mashtod up to Varusevak, we are talking about united. And even up to us, we're talking about united. We must start that. I understand. And we have to select somebody who is not involved with political involvement, but he is respected from everyone. And I believe in that. And our government should help, Armenia should help us to get organized. Not to get interfered, but to help us. Because all of us, we're looking toward to Armenia. All of us, Armenia is our central point. Armenia is the point which we are warning. Without Armenia, diaspora is nothing. But Armenia needs us, and we need them very closely. That's why I believe in Armenia will organize diaspora with helping, not getting interfered. And I am telling, and I believe in that. I appreciate, I thank you for this organizing.
Thank you,
Professor. And
thank you,
that much I can say about diaspora ministry. I am the one who involved so many years, and I am with Harut members, and I propose a lot of things to tell the truth. I have to tell openly and very loudly. I propose a lot of things, never answered anything, and never talked about that. I argue about that in a board meeting. It never discussed. That they're learning. They're learning. And
Thank
that
you.
happened. I believe in.
Thank you.
We have to criticize some portion to get the reality on the foundation.
Thank you.
We cannot
Thank
cover our rights. I'm board member. But we have to criticize to make the right one for our ministry, our country, for ourselves, for our future.
Thank you, Vahid. Dr. Sivonyan.
Let's assume that we all agree on what was said today. The next question is, who is going to start it, number one? Where is it going to be started? Who is going to take the initiative? And how is it going to be done? In other words, when are we going to start? Today, tomorrow? Or, never? That's the question. Who is going to start it?
Well,
when and how?
Well, as the Institute of Armenian Studies, we are not authorized to start these things. We deal with things from the scholarly perspective. We look at these policy issues. We ask, but if anyone here is inspired to start something of the sort, we encourage them. But I refer to Nairi wants to speak to this.
But it already has started. France has started it. The fact that we have a symposium with a full room means that there's this room who's interested. The only unfortunate thing is the youth is not here, who should be here. That's the unfortunate thing. We need a majority of youth in the room.
That's a very, very good point, which, by the way, when speaking about youth, I want to, before we continue, thank very, very deeply and gratefully to Vache Mankerian, Vache, please stand up, the project manager of the Institute of Armenian Studies, and his followers, his clan, his coterie consists of youth. The Armenian Student Association of the University of Southern California, and I'm very grateful to them as well for their help extended to us today. You want to address this issue again? Yes, go ahead.
Just on that, to answer that gentleman's question, one way maybe it's up to the organizers, but maybe if you want to, you could take an impromptu poll to see if the people in this room who thinks that the idea is good in principle. That's all. Whether the idea is good in principle.
Which idea? Could you reformulate?
To form some kind of democratic, what we've been talking about.
Based on electoral procedures?
What we've been talking about. Some
Okay,
kind of
all
body,
right.
some kind of
How many
democratic,
of you, please,
Congress, whatever.
raise your hands about being supportive? Are you supportive of establishing a diaspora, pan-diaspora organization based on grassroots? That is, people, you electing delegates for this kind of an assembly.
In principle.
In principle. Okay, how many? I can't count. How many are totally opposed to it? Be frank. Okay, we have about a few people opposed to it. Okay, so you got some idea as to where you stand. Pardon? Pardon?
They put their hands down.
Fine. No, he didn't say that. But look, it's a free country, and USC, we encourage freedom, sir.
Okay, next.
Dayan is making trouble again. Hosep,
Thank you for the.
Fidanyan.
Please give me a chance. How many minutes do I have?
One.
One. Okay, we'll do that. My name is Varujan Iskandarian. I'm with my wife Sylvia from Sydney, Australia. I postponed my return to my homeland. The last 10 days I was supposed to go back. Two things have impressed me. Firstly,
where were you going back, sir?
Sydney, Australia.
Aha. Okay. Wonderful to have you here.
Wonderful country too.
Thank you.
Beside the United States.
Yes.
Two things impressed me and provoked my thoughts. One of which was just about a few weeks back, the opening of this magnificent documentary film called Ared, between brackets, Genocide. Now, there was a full house there. I've never seen so far any more important documentary as that, since it was produced by a person who's non-Armenian, a German national from Berlin. It was thought-provoking. And secondly, it is this gathering here. I'm very impressed. It's most important to get such a crowd with intellectuals thinking about the same purpose. Where do we go from here? I noticed from the governor, Dökmejian, to the probably the last speaker, Professor or Doctor, Doctor
Asturian.
No.
Derderian.
No. The third, Shamlian. Marashlian. I'm so sorry. Everybody touched on the subject of the genocide. And this is the problem, and the one, probably amongst others, the most important subject in our lifetime. It's been almost 100 years, and we're coming to the psychological barrier. I written an article and gave it to Mr. Sasunyan in his newspaper, The Courier. Are we 95 years too late? Now it's approaching 96. Very little time is left. Are we that poor as far as thinking courageously, or are we that wealthy or poor in thoughts that we should not instigate the one and only way open to us to bring this matter before the international community? Otherwise, we are doomed. As somebody mentioned there, time is very serious, and we have all sorts of problems back home and in the diaspora. We can, most of us, remember the infamous statement of Mr. or the Prime Minister of Turkey, Talat, whatever, Pasha, who said that the last Armenian would be dead and it will be placed, assigned to the Anthropological Museum in Istanbul. Yes. I do hope that most of us here and great majority of our people think that we are not the last. We have to defend our rights, and the only way is a court case. Nobody is going to help us except ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any reflections?
Yes,
please.
Yes, I agree with you, but there are some problems. The convention, which I could not explain in the morning, which was ratified in 1951 on Convention of Genocide Punishment, has Article 7 or what? It says, if the doer, the person who has done genocide, will not accept, the option is to go to court. At those days, we didn't have the Court of Justice, which delayed so long, just was established a couple years ago, but we had a court within United Nations where these things should have been treated. But however, this, in order to do, you have to have a government. And unfortunately, maybe the government is not convinced that diaspora will back them, and they don't want to fall between two chairs. To go to the court is not so simple thing. And in order to go to the court, really, that was the idea I had. We have to spend and put a fund to have really good lawyers. This is not a subject of historian to go to the court. You have to find and make a dossier, quite strong dossier, studying what to say and what to present that you can get through to the court. And that is the point, that without that investment, and that's why we Armenians are failing to have such a fund to place, get the lawyers at least to make our homework, to know what are our options if we go to the court, and then to go to convince the Armenian government that we are well prepared. If they back, we have a success. Without that, we cannot bring Armenian government in, because they have a lot of consequences for them.
By the way, relevant to that statement is that Mr. Margiragos, who was going to address some of those issues, could not make it. He was going to talk about this notion of Armenian unity, diaspora unity, and how that could help in terms of bringing about pressure upon the world community and others to get some compensation, restitution for the Armenian genocide. But he couldn't make it because of the weather. He's stuck in San Francisco, so he will not be able to make it. He wanted me to pass on to you his apologies. Now, the Consul General, Gregor Hovhannisyan, has a question to ask to the round table.
Yeah.
I know this appears totally undemocratic, just like many other things we do, but thank you very much. I get a VIP treatment this time. Well, a little statement. This was breathtaking afternoon for me. I heard lots of wisdom, and I was privileged to be in this hall with so many dedicated people who are really they're here with a clear purpose. They want to contribute intellectually to achieving a breakthrough in what has been a very stalled process of our national unity. Thank you very much to all of you, the panelists and the initiators of this process. Arutza Sunyan, all the other pioneers have been backing this idea all these months. Just two things. Armenia is not and has not been apprehensive as it was, fearful of this. It is a new concept. It is vaguely defined as of yet, and believe me, there's lots of weak points as we go through the concept, because it's totally innovative. It has never been done in the past. We're talking about subnational institution in the absence of grassroots election mechanisms. We do not succeed in producing good elections in Armenia, anywhere in the Armenian diaspora, even in places like Alfortville. By the way, thank you very much for not despising Armenia. It's very considerate of you. We need to create examples. Armenia is ready to follow those examples. We need to create a sense of urgency. And this conference is perfect. You created the sense of urgency. I believe most of us will be going back to our work, with this idea. We let the genie out of the bottle. It's out there. I'm pretty sure this is going to result in something more tangible. This may take years, as Mr. Karapetyan said, but the good news is that the process has started. And for that, I personally wanted to thank Arutza Sunyan, who's I think the mastermind behind the concept. It has been floating a little bit for about 6 months. It was in the Armenian media, but now it gets the proper attention, and I'm pretty sure that our government, including the Diaspora Ministry, will be reacting and pretty positively. I do consider this as a very, very positive step and congratulate all of us on this remarkable event. Thank you.
Thank you, Consul General. My childhood friend, again from Aleppo, Avedis Demircan. Avedis, Rametsek.
Thank you, Rai. My name is Avedis Demircan. I'm also known as Harold. You can call me either, but don't call me late for dinner. I would like to comment on the enormous challenge and the wisdom of starting right out of the gate a program of unification involving the whole world, the whole Armenian diaspora. May it not be more practical to start with a much smaller step, which is, as I have stated publicly in the past, to unite under one council the Armenians of Southern California as the first step, and then perhaps encourage, just like our brothers have done in France, suggest our brothers and sisters in other states to get organized and ultimately, step by step, arrive at this very elegant objective of uniting the whole Armenians of the diaspora. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Sasunian, yes.
Well, those of you who may not be aware, there already exists such a thing. It exists for a number of years, and recently, earlier, a few months ago, got very active and energized. About 25, 28 Armenian organizations in Southern California have come under one umbrella. They're working together. They organized a public lecture a month ago, which I participated in. They've done a number of years, April 24, but now they want to branch out in many other common purpose things that touches all Armenians, not factional, not partisan. All the parties are there, all the organizations are there. So there is an organizational structure. But what we're presenting to you as an alternative, we're not putting that down. It's a wonderful thing. It's a positive step. And I support it. In fact, I'm a member of it. But what we're looking for is something that involves more than just organizations, as Professor just announced. Organization membership is only 10% of the community. We want to reach out to beyond 10%. We may never reach 100%. That's a dream, but maybe 20, 30, 40%. So we want to involve more than. So we're not putting down any other effort. We welcome every effort to unify and build on it and get larger. You know, get a large dream and work towards it. Don't sell yourself in just a minor, easy to accomplish thing and declare victory. Let's, you know, the sky's the limit. We're smart people. We can do a lot of things. So let's think big and work towards that goal.
Dr. Minasian, did you want to comment on that at all? Anyone else? Okay, then the next question.
I'm sorry, everybody speaking in English. My English is slow. I'll try to speak in Armenian. Արևձեզ ողջունում եմ այս կազմակերպությունը, այս սիմպոզիումը։ Սա մեծ առաջարկություն է եւ մեծ լավություն է մեր սպիրկի հայության համար։ Այս ոչ թե Հայաստանի կառավարության դեմ ինչ-որ մի կազմակերպություն է, այլ ընդհանրակը Հայաստանի կառավարությանը սուպորտ կանգնելու մեծ կազմակերպություն է։ Մենք 3 կտոր լինելով սա մեծ միացում է Հայաստան, Արցախ, Սփյուռք, երբ որ համատեղ պետք է աշխատենք, քանի որ սա բոլոր սփյուռքի կազմակերպությունների միացումն է։ Ողջունում եմ այս կազմակերպությունը, ողջունում եմ սրա գալիք հաջողությանը, ցանկանում եմ ինչքան շուտ այնքան լավ կլինի այս կազմակերպությունը։ Շատ շնորհակալ եմ այս կազմակերպության, հատկապես պարոն Սասունյանի առաջարկին։ Ողջ լինենք։ Կեցցե Հայաստանը։
Հաջորդը Պարսել հայերենով պիտի խոսվի, Հրամեցեք։
Hi, I'm sorry, I thought I'm the one who will speak Armenian, but
okay.
I was always be proud to be Armenian, and today եւս մեկ անգամ համոզվում եմ, որ պատկանում եմ մեծ ազգի զավակն եմ։ Հարցս այսպիսին է, որպեսզի էմոցիաները դնեմ մի կողմ եւ կոնկրետ հարցնեմ, ուզում եմ հարցնել ձեզ, պարոն Սասունյան, ձեր կազմակերպությունների աշխատանքի ընթացքում փաստը, որ ընտրողները պետք է լինեն Հայաստանի քաղաքացի, մտածել եք դրա մասին, թե ոչ։ Երկրորդը Նաիրին, որ նշեց Իսրայելի կազմակերպությունների ժամանակ պարտադիր հանգամանք էր եղել նաև Իսրայելի քաղաքացի լինելը, մի քիչ ավելի information, եթե մեզ տակ, շնորհակալ կլինենք, եւ նաև Հայաստանի պարոն Հովհաննիսյան, ձեզ ինչ եք կարծում Հայաստանի քաղաքացի լինելը, քանի որ Հայաստանը ունի երկքաղաքացիության իրավունք, տալիս է մեզ երկքաղաքացիություն ունենալու, ինչ եք կարծում հանգամանքը լինելու Հայաստանի քաղաքացի, որքանով ավելի նպաստարար կլինի այս ամբողջությանը, շնորհակալություն։
Okay. Հայերենով պատասխանենք։ Այո։ Okay, հայերենով։ Ուրեմն ինչպես ասի իմ զեկույցին մեջ, Ambassador Evans, is there a translator for you? It's okay. Maybe somebody, professor, could be summarized. Maybe.
Okay, I will.
Ուրեմն ինչպես ասի սպիրկի գոմե առաջարկված զարակիրմն է սպիրկի համար սկզբնական շրջանին։ Աբակային երբ որ կազմակերպվենք, մեր աշխատանքները մեր համադրենք հայրենիքի հետ, մեր բոլոր աշխատանքները հայրենիքի համար են եւ ոչ թե անձնական մեր շահին։ Ուրեմն ինչպես ասի քվեարկողները պիտի լինեն բոլոր անոնք, որ սպիրկի մեջ կապրին, անկախ թե որ երկրի քաղաքացի են։ Օրնավոր այստեղ մուտք գործած են, թե աբորինի, թե որ գուսակցության որ գոմի պատկանին, բայց եթե ձեր հարցում Հայաստանի քաղաքացի ասելով նկատի ունիք անոնք, որ Հայաստանի մեջ կապրին, ոչ Հայաստանի աբրոնները չպիտի քվեարկեն անշուշտ, բայց անոնք որ Հայաստանի քաղաքացի են հոս կաբրին, մեզի կարևոր չէ թե ուր քաղաքացի են։ Անոնք որ գաբրին հոս կամ սպիրկվոյ մեկ անգյունը իրավունք ունին քվեարկելու, այդ է առաջարկը։
Մեկ բան ալվելցնեմ դեգին, մենք նախագիծը որ մշակեցինք եւ ընդունեցավ անցյալ նոյեմբերին 6, ուրեմն այդ 6 գետը ես շեշտեցի, որ ով պիտի մասնակցի, ով կվե պիտի մասնակցի եւ ով պիտի լա ընրողը։ Ուրեմն մենք ես գիշեմ եւ որ ատնյութը բացվեցա, որ ինչ ենք Հայաստանի քաղաքացիներուն հետ, ինչ ենք մենք որոշեցինք, որ դարբերություն չի գա Հայաստանի, Սփյուռքի եւ այլն, ադիգա մյուսները տողոսեն, թուրքերը տողոսեն, ադրբեջանցիները տողոսեն, մենք այդ բանը բեք չունենք։ Մենք այդ բանը պետք չունենք, բայց այդ բանը սելով չի վերջանա, ես կացական մարդ չեմ, ավելի սինիկ եմ, քան թե կացական, բայց ես շեշտ կուզեմ տնել, այդ գերի վրա որ ան որ Ֆրանսա գտնագի եւ այդպես որոշվեցավ մեզի, չեմ գիտել ոս, ցետ կորցն է, Ֆրանսայում այդպես որոշվեցավ, ան որ Ֆրանսա գտնագի, լա ֆրանսական քաղաքացի թե Հայաստանի քաղաքացի, բայց Ֆրանսա գտնագի իր իրավունքն է մասնակցել ընտրություններին։ Կարևորը սա է, Ֆրանսա բնագի։
Ռամեցեք Գրիգոր։
Շատ ներողություն, ես նկատի ունեի երկքաղաքացի լինելով։
Երկքաղաքացի Գրիգոր։
Այս միակ հանգամանքն է, ուր որ Հայաստանի Հանրապետությունը կարող է խնդիր ունենալ ազգային անվտանգության առումով։ Եվ դա ես ասում եմ, ես ինքս ազատամիտ, ինչ որ առումով եւս ցինիկ մարդ եմ, բայց պատկերացնում եմ, որ պետական պաշտոնյաների համար ազգային անվտանգությունը խնդիր է լինում, հա։ Երբ որ երկրի քաղաքացին մասնակցում է ընտրովի մի այլ մարմնի, գլոբալ մարմնի աշխատանքներին, ուր որ քննարկվում են Հայաստանի եւ հայ ժողովրդի հետ կապված խնդիրներ։ Համոզված եմ, սրանք տեխնիկական մանրամասներ են, որոնք լուծելի են։ Գլխավորի մեջ ես համաձայն եմ բոլորի հետ ընտրությունների սկզբունքի հետ։
Half a minute.
Բարձրապես Սելոման, որ այդպեսի հարց չկա, պարոն Մադոս, որտեղ ներկայիս Հայաստանի քաղաքացիները այստեղ են, անդամ են հայկական գուսակցություններու, գազམ་ակներու, որոնք ովը դարբեր, ասեն նոր բան չէ, ասիկա ոչ ալի սպառնալի, որը վտանգ մնե Հայաստանի ապահովության համար, քանի որ արդեն անդամ են Հայաստանի քաղաքացիները, ազատ են, ուզած դեռ անդամ կրնանալ սպիրկի մեջ, այս անոնսում մեկն է։
Հաջորդ հարցում։ Please.
Thank you. You may have covered this in part. Hayrenis Bavagandagare. So I understood part of what you said and not all.
We'll go to English, that's okay.
forgive me if I'm repeating some of this.
No problem.
Thank you. As a number of us who've been in government, had the privilege of working in government, as you're talking, of course, different initiatives and experiences come to mind. And I thought of two types of initiatives, and I'm wondering if you feel there's a precedent or a ground for pursuing either one of these to help attract more and more than 10% of our Armenians to global initiatives. And if I could just mention a couple of ideas. One is frequently in political party activities, if you're losing your constituency, you identify a common enemy, and you beat a dead horse. I'm wondering if much work has been done on uniting our different organizations around following the lead of our Consul General to go after a common enemy, whether it's in the UN, whether it's through the structure of NGOs, whether it's through our American chapters for now and maybe in other countries of the political parties, wherever it might be, whether it's the cultural or the church institutions. So one is there a precedent, is there a basis for uniting around a common enemy to follow the lead of our Consul General in the UN? Would that attract people? Would that get them excited? The other type of initiative involves becoming a kind of a conscience where there are repeated genocides like Rwanda, or where there are different scales of corruption and inhumanity. Can the Armenians rally around our Armenian presence in the UN and become a conscience, an international conscience, and get PR, professional PR, which we use all the time in government and politics?
Who wants to address this issue? Nairi? Yes?
Considering I've had the pleasure of being at the UN and being pretty active with NGOs at the UN and ECOSOC, the truth of it is that the Armenian organizations that do exist within the United States at the UN don't have much support for one another as it is. There is a split there. And if there's one organization that takes a seat within a committee, the other organization automatically attempts for another viable seat in that committee to bring up an opposition. As far as genocide and the word genocide and present genocides that have taken place around the world and the United Nations, it's very difficult to get the Armenian genocide heard in the United Nations if specialists and experts don't even refer to the genocide as the Armenian genocide within the UN. Every time the genocide word is brought, or it starts from the Holocaust and moves up to Rwanda and Darfur and Sudan. But it is only when there's an Armenian president who knows what to ask is when the Armenian genocide is brought up. And once again, it's looked upon, oh, they must be Armenian. So something of this unification at the UN needs to be done at a much global scale.
Okay. Anyone else on this? Let's have the next question. Sir.
I'm Dr. Abrahamian, Dikran Abrahamian from Canada. I'm a practicing physician. And at the same time, part-time publisher of Kerat.com.
Good job.
My question is addressed to Professor Marashlian and Minassian, one because of his experience and the other one because he's from Europe. So many of you mentioned that various communities, Armenian communities, whether the Middle East or in the West, we have problems, different sort of problems, different levels. My question relates to the modality of how to get things rolling. Ideas, principles of democracy and all that are ingrained in us. It's a latecomer, the idea of democracy. Most of us, it's only over the last 10, 20, maximum 30 years that we've really grasped what is democracy. Now, those ideas are not there in certain communities, especially in Russia. let's not fool ourselves that somewhere where there are more Armenians than in Armenia, you will be able to get people to vote, one person, one vote. It's very attractive. It attracts. My heart is in it. It is in it. But my cerebrum, working with Alzheimer's people, I can't imagine in those communities how it is going to be organized. Maybe yes in California, maybe yes in Canada, which I'm very doubtful, and you know, Harut, why.
This is a very central issue, of course. The question of
The
equivalence.
other issue that I have is the following. We are so diverse, and our identities are changing. Some people don't accept even my daughters to be Armenian for a number of reasons, and some of you probably have the same problem. One, they don't speak Armenian. Two, they are not baptized. Three, they are not attending any Armenian function. However, and this is very common to many people, however, they regularly go to Armenia. So, are they Armenian or aren't they Armenian? I bring this as an example to relate it to what's going on in Europe. In Europe, we have, nobody knows the exact figures, somewhere in between 500,000 to 750,000 Islamized Armenians. These are Zazas, okay? These are Hamshans. These are people who by and by are coming out and saying that, yes, they are Armenian. In this sort of pan-Armenian, whatever you call it Congress, you call it conference, you call it convention, you call it whatever, organization, okay. I agree, I'm against organization. I'm against unity in general on philosophical level. I wish Mark was here. Where is Mark Arax? And I could give my reasons. Now, my question is, how do you deal with this issue? We're not talking about Canada or America. We're talking about, and we're not talking about CFA either. We're talking about specific people with approximately all in all 4 to 5 million people, let alone those who are in Turkey too. Is that considered diaspora or not?
Okay, guides, you may want to address the European side of this question.
Okay, tout direct հայերենով խոսիմ։ Ինձի համար անձնական գարզիկս կտամ։ Ինձի համար հայկական մոդել չկա։ Այդ բառը հայությունը հետ չեմ սիրել։ Ես գխոսիմ հայկական ինքնության մասին, բայց ոչ հայության մասին։ Ինչու՞։ Որովհետև հայություն բառը, եթե թարգմանենք ֆրանսերենով Արմենիտե, կնշանակի թե մոդել կա, լավ հայեր կան եւ վատ հայեր կան։ Ինձ համար դարբերություն չկա։ Անոնք որ դուք գսեք, որ մեծամասնություն կգազմեն եւ մեջտեղ չեն, Եվրոպա կամ Ամերիկա կամ ուրիշ տեղ, ժողովրդավարական մանավանդ ժողովրդավարական բիդությունների մեջ։ Ինչ կուտանք իրենց։ Ես եթե քաղաքական ղեկավար ըլլամ քաղաքային, ինչ կուտամ իրենց։ Ոչ մի բան։ Ինչպես գուզեք որ արժեքավորվին, ինչպես գուզեք որ իրենց հայկական ինքնությունը զարգացվի եւ որ ինչ որ գուտամ զերո է։ Արդեն լիզուի հարց կա, ոչ հայերեն խոսիլի հարց է։ Եվ որ մամուլ գգարտակ, ցանասպյուրներ մդիկ գնեք, այսինքն աղքատ բան է, զզվելի է, ամոթ գսկած, չեմ գիտեր ինչ։ Ես ուրեմն ես քաղաքացի եմ, գերդակրկրվիմ հայկական արցերի։ Բայց եթե օրինակ առնեմ, որ ես ոչ մի հայության հետ կապ չունիմ, ինչպես է դակրկրվիմ։ Քիրքեր գարտալ հայերենով չեմ գիտեր։ Հիմա բեդություն կա, Հայաստան կա։ Ես կնախնդրեմ երթալ 3 ամիս Հայաստան ինչպես որ էլի, քան թե Փարիզ նստիմ դունս եւ գարտալ քիրք, կարևոր է գարտալ քիրքը, բայց իրաբաշ բանը չէ։ Օրինակ դամ ցեզի, Մարսեյ քաղաքում դպրոց մգա։ Հայկական դպրոց, համասկայնի դպրոց։ Մոտավորապես 35-40 տարի վեր այդ դպրոց գոյություն ունի։ Այնադեն ղեկավարները ասին այդ դպրոց մենք կփանանք, որովհետեւ կարուտային ղեկավարները ստեղծվի, մշակենք, չեմ գիտեր ինչ, դասավորենք, դասիրագենք եւ այլն։ 20 տարի վեր բակալորեան առաջին սերունդը անցավ ուրեմն 20 տարի առաջ։ Ուրեն 35-40 տարեկան այդ նախկին աշակերտները ուրեն կարուտի մեջ։ Հայերեն գիտեն, գարտար գիտեն, հայ գսկան, ուրեն մեջտեղ չգա։ Ուրեմն ըստ ինձի խոսիլ կամ չխոսիլ, գիտնալ թե չգիտնալ անիմաստ է։ Պետք է պանդաս, արժեքավոր պանդաս պետք է։ Եվ ադոր համար բացի քվե դալը, այսինքն իշխանություն դալը, ուրիշ բան չկա։
Dr. Marashtian, you're the other person who wants to answer.
You raised a good question about the difficulties, and that was the focus of what I spoke about. I said it's very difficult, maybe insurmountable. The problems you mentioned, they're not all of them. There are many more. I went through it before. I saw it myself. It's very difficult, logistically, linguistically, attitudes. You're right. Not every Armenian living all over the world has the same view of the word democracy. But at the same time, it's needed. That's the problem. It's essential, in my opinion. At the same time, maybe the difficulties are insurmountable, maybe. But where do you begin, you said? Well, one place to begin is, as I said earlier, at least publicly, I've never heard anyone publicly express opposition to the idea. Privately, yes, but publicly, they won't express opposition to the idea. The vote here, this impromptu vote, was virtually unanimously yes to the idea in principle. If almost everybody believes in the idea in principle, in Russia they will believe it in principle. They have something called the Congress in Moscow, based in Moscow. If everybody, Armenian all over the world, believes in the idea in principle, that's a start. Because except for the genocide and support for Armenia and Karabakh, I can't think of many other issues where Armenians believe in the idea in principle, at least. Well, this idea is accepted in principle. One thing essential, what I learned from my experience, is the existing major organizations and the movers and shakers in a community, they need to be part of it from the beginning. Because if they are not part of it from the beginning, that means the primary organizers need to convince them in the beginning that it's good for them and for the cause they believe in. And concretely speaking, one way to begin maybe is to have an initial Congress to sit down and discuss this, not a useful symposium like this, but to actually a working group as a start. Even that is difficult to do, and that needs a lot of funding just to organize that one-time Congress.
It could be a start, but we have only 10 minutes left. Dr. Demircan, did you want to intervene at this point?
Just in general comments and so on?
Yes, please.
What I observed really is that we're putting the cart in front of the horse, and that is we're going in tangent in all directions and so on. What we are here today is just to sell the idea of unifying the Armenian people, period, to motivate people, to inspire people. If you don't want, if there is no self-organization, if there is no a voice in you that we should really organize, then this is not going to happen. This is an exercise in futility. They have met Armenians like this for many times, and nothing has come out of it. The thing is, we really need to focus on one issue rather than make speeches there. You're supposed to ask questions, right? Like Dr. Dikmejian was talking about discipline.
But we're happy. We're good. We've had a good one. We have a few minutes left. We have two questioners coming along, two people. But before that, Dr. Ashalus, you have 1 minute. You want to say something?
Thank you. I think I missed the point when we were discussing of this diaspora ministry created in Armenia. I would say that this is a very good step forward that the president did, and Hranush Hakopian is quite articulated and quite a hard-working lady. But I think the president may be underestimated by just giving name as a ministry required also accordingly to really be effective for 7 million Armenian diaspora. The funds, the infrastructure, that lady has nothing that much to really act and be in service for diaspora. This is something I'm addressing to you, the General Counsel, to tell to the President we are happy, but really has to have much. I know because I was there, I have discussed, I know, I don't want not to discuss too much. The funding is so small that is almost makes impossible to do a tangible work for diaspora. Thank you.
Gregor, guest variant. Ramecek, Shonragalchin.
Just quickly, this is not a gender issue.
Yes,
a male minister would have the same problems, believe me.
I'll be able to accommodate only 3 more questions, by the way.
Absolutely.
Sure.
The Ministry of Diaspora is a new concept. There are a couple of nations in the world that have similar structures. Please help us to build a viable working mechanism. For the time being, the government is a political institution, and the Minister of Diaspora is responsible for liaison. By law, by definition, it is not responsible to coordinating, helping, providing infrastructure and comfort. But that's a very useful initial step. I think the government is receptive to inputs in that sense. Substantive comments, suggestions are all welcome, and I volunteer to pass them on back to Ms. Hakopian.
Thank you for coming and speaking. I'd like to announce that you will all be able to show your resolve for a unified Armenian community in the Glendale elections of April 2011.
A question.
Yes, I'm going
you
to
have
make a
to
question.
ask a question.
I apologize.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay.
Running out of time.
Okay, I understand. My question is going to be difficult because it's going to question the purpose of this conference. And we've spent all day talking about unity, and some of the panelists have touched upon some of the difficulties. And my question is whether it may have been more prudent to discuss the apathy within our community that precludes us from reaching a point where we can become a unified community. Some of the things that Dr. Minasyan spoke to, Dr. Darderian spoke to, and Dr. Dekmekjan also mentioned.
Well, we'll have to dedicate another conference to that. As soon as you can find the funder, we'll consider doing that. That's a very major issue.
I'll fund it myself as soon as you give me a job.
Thank you. Oh, you're funding it? Okay. Mr. Karapetyan, Ramecek.
Give me.
Thank you.
Give him.
Thank you. No, it's very difficult to answer that question because that wasn't our central purpose today.
No, give an answer.
Okay. Next, please.
Thank you. Thank you for organizing this forum, and thank you for providing a portion for a roundtable or a dialogue. Maybe more should be devoted in the future for dialogue. I did want to have one question. I heard some of you mention what could be the purpose of this type of body. And the ambassador put a very important definition in terms of the statehood. I would like to hear from all of you, your view on what should be the purpose of having this type of body.
We already said it.
Does anyone want
I didn't, no, I don't mean the notion of this, it would be the legitimacy or voice, but what should be its mission? What is it trying to accomplish? Okay. Is it trying to do what the Jewish World Congress initially tried to do, to create this fund to repatriate Jews to their land? Is it so that we are standing in support of the protection and security of Armenia? What should be the purpose? Or is it to decide who's going to be running for candidate and whom we're going to support for candidate for something? So please define what is your purpose in your view.
So I stated clearly in my presentation what I saw as the purpose, and the purpose is to ultimately support Armenia, promote prosperity, democracy, strength, security, and to do all that, it is essential to resolve the genocide issue with moral and, more importantly, with material justice. I said specifically, the purpose of this kind of body should be, the ultimate goal should be to produce material justice, because without that material justice, Armenia, under its current situation, I don't think can survive as a healthy, prosperous, secure nation.
In one sentence, as I said in my remarks, it should be supporting Armenia and supporting the survival of the diaspora in the diaspora, so helping ourselves and helping our homeland.
The last two questions, yes, sir.
The previous gentleman asked the question that I was going to ask, so I have nothing else to add except that, except that if each one of you can give 3 objectives of how you see should be the 3 major objectives, priority-wise, of this organization.
You know, that question is a long one, and if we do that, we're going to break the rules of the university. We can't do that. Sir.
First of all, I would like to thank everybody for coming out and speaking to us today. I'm a USC student, and one...
we can tell.
Yeah. And one concern I do have is, as I look across this room, I see a lot of the older generation. And with all due respect, we trust your knowledge, but I believe that it's time for the youth to take the reins. And without the youth...
What are they?
I don't know. That's up to you guys.
I'll be happy to hand over my chair to them if they show up.
That's up to you guys as parents to inspire your children to come out to events like these and learn from your knowledge, because you guys are preaching to a choir as of right now.
It's a wonderful, again, very important point, as Mr. Brunosians and the previous gentleman who made. We need to dedicate additional symposia to these very serious issues based on empirical research. Empirical research costs a lot of money. So thank you, but thank you. We'll take note of that. Sir, Mr. Bush.
My name is Donald Wilson Bush, and I have an interesting perspective. Like the esteemed ambassador, I am Odar, or I was born Odar. Now I am ABC, Armenian by choice.
Poor guy.
And
bravo.
It is a fact that President Woodrow Wilson was 100 years ahead of his time, and the world was not prepared to respond either theoretically or pragmatically to his dreams. I see on the front of the USA Armenian Life the words re-engineering the Armenian worlds, diasporas, and communities. Woodrow Wilson had a dream that we not only re-engineer the Armenian worlds, but that we re-engineer the world. When the ambassador says, in fact, the game is rigged, he is correct. The game is rigged, and we must go to governing principles and governing dynamics and change the game. I'm not an intellectual, but I am intelligent, like many of you in this room. And I have found many intellectual friends, and I met one 2 weeks ago at UCLA who is here as part of the Armenian Genocide Recognition Study Group. He is also Odar. He is Jamaican. He's a large Jamaican. He's larger than I am. He has dreadlocks.
We'd like to say hello to him.
He's not here now. He is
okay.
at the University of the West Indies in Jamaica as we speak. He is professor of political science, and he is one of the leading experts on restorative justice. And he is our friend. His name is Dr. Jermaine McAlphin.
He spoke at UCLA a couple of weeks.
He spoke at UCLA.
Yeah.
I did not know if he was aware that Mr. Harut Sassounian was in the room at the time, and I pointed him out. I said, do you know who that man is? And he says, no, I don't. I said, well, he's a very special individual, and there's something going on in several weeks that I think you should know about, and I would like to have your opinion. He says, what is this? And I said, well, there will be a symposia at USC where they're discussing a global game change. He says, in what manner will this game be changed? I says, well, it hasn't worked in other diaspora groups, but if this were to work, what is its historical significance in the Wilsonian tradition? To which he says, if this works, if in fact a diasporan community worldwide could manage to organize along transnational lines to the point of informing foreign policy presented by the state leadership of a home country, that would constitute an historic high watermark in global governance affecting world peace.
Well,
so
thank you.
I do not know what you all have started here, but Otto von Bismarck said all great endeavors begin with a single, simple act. And I commend you all for acting, and I look forward to seeing where this goes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing us that message. Okay, the last two questions. We're running a little over time, but sir, Ramazan.
What an act to follow. I'm Alec Bagdasarian. I want to start by thanking the panel for the very, very helpful information, valuable information passed out. I want to ask you a question about a few things. One is the value of such a Congress on bringing more people together, the type of folks that for whatever reason don't like to be labeled belonging to an organization like Daesh or any one of them. Second is it's possible benefits to Artsakh or Armenia's government in feeling more comfortable reaching out to an organization that is not labeled as part of a party to get their food back, to get valuable resources from them in whether it's international politics or economics. And third but not last, I've heard some hints about accountability of the Armenian government and so forth. If that exists, what do you think the value of such an organization would be to make the Armenian and Artsakh governments accountable for some of the comments they make, some of the actions that they can take? Thank you.
Who would like to respond to that? Quickly. Anyone?
Well, I think they were excellent questions, and I think we're all responsible for the answers and for these issues. And we touched here and there about some of these issues. Yes, it would be wonderful, those of us who believe in such a structure, it would do all of these things. But it's not like the structure is going to impose its will on anybody. We're all doing what's in the best interest of Armenians worldwide and for Armenia and Artsakh. So it's not holding anybody accountable for anything. Everybody should feel they're accountable towards their homeland, the best interests of the nation.
Nairi?
The one thing we fail to realize is, as separate organizations, for example, take the United States, participating in the elections, one party backs one rep, one party backs the other. And what do? We split the Armenian vote. Well, it's the same thing when we're looking for humanitarian aid. As a country, as nonprofit organizations that function around the world, we have the same problem. One party battles against another party to stop this nonprofit organization from getting aid from the US government, while another one does the same for the other. So having some unified Congress or something that speaks on the voice of Armenians as one to any government with the backing of our nation state, of the Republic of Armenia, will allow for us to actually get something from foreign governments versus us being our worst enemy. How did the Jews end up with a nation state? They were their biggest fan. How are we not getting what we want? We are our worst enemy. It is our negative mentality, it is our pessimism, it is our apathy that stops us from getting anywhere as Armenians within the world.
Our last question.
Nairi, you almost led to where I was going to go, is that all you have to do is read the LA Times editorial today. It's about a half a page, and it just describes how the Jewish World Congress brought SNCF, which is one of the largest public transportation companies owned by the French government in the entire world, to their knees within a week after they applied to bid on the fast train project in California. And not only that, what impressed me most was that at the end of a week or two, not only did they apologize, not only they committed to strengthen and modify their apology, but also to disclose other atrocities that they have committed during the Holocaust that even the Jewish organizations didn't know. Not all of this is happening because they have an international organization where they would block SNCF, whether they're in California or in New York or in Buenos Aires or wherever they go. This is for international corporations. So yes, absolutely, there's no question about it. We don't need to take a poll that we need such an organization. It's been needed, but we've been very weak because from the genocide on forward, we never had strong communities the way we have today. And that, I'm going to point out something that Harut said, which is, oh, the city council has passed this resolution, recognized Karabakh. That doesn't mean anything. It's just a political shot at getting a couple of votes for a couple of council people on the next election. And I'm glad that Ambassador immediately corrected and clarified that. My question now is part of the plan to make sure that whichever country we are in, that also we should be good citizens, because that's what makes a diaspora strong, if they have good citizens in any country. And that's what prospers them and makes the individuals strong and also the entire population, the minority population, strong. France has done that over the last 10, 20 years. One of the reasons why they're a lot more successful in France, they have more politicians, more of everything, is because they have prospered. Why? Because they're an older population. Yes. It's an older immigrant population of 60, 70 years. We're only in California for 30 years now. In some of the countries, maybe Buenos Aires, they're a little better than us. But is that part of the agenda is my question.
Well,
Thank you.
Let me just immediately respond to this. I personally, agree with much of what you said, although the Institute itself has no agenda. We cannot have an agenda because this is a part of a university. Universities do not organize political movements. So I don't have an agenda. I may support as a private person various agendas. Whoever comes out of this, whatever comes out, whoever wants to join whatever group and want to set such an agenda, it would be, their right, and we would encourage them to do so if they feel that this would help the Armenian cause. Now, regarding this issue of citizenship, absolutely. I, as many of the people here, Levon, Mr. Ignatius, we've served in the U.S. Armed Forces. We're veterans. And we have, served this country in the best way we could. So we're not going to compromise our being devoted citizens to this country. See, when you serve in the military, you've put your life. See, if Armenians are serious about the preservation of the Armenian Republic, they need to ask themselves, are they prepared to sacrifice themselves like Monty Melkonyan did? That is the significant issue. If you're not, do not make noise and so on and so forth. That's the fundamental issue about citizenship and about devotion to one's country. And therefore, any such organization, it's very important, as you pointed out, should not compromise one's citizenship to their local government. And I believe, as you pointed out, the French are managing to do that much better than we are in this country, precisely because they're politically mature, they're a much more intelligent population located in Europe. They do not suffer from the intellectual isolation and lethargy of that affected so many Armenian as well as American citizens in this country. Do you see what I mean? So therefore, they have an advantage, the French. Of course, they've got all kinds of other problems, but I don't want to start there. Anyone? Yes.
Ես մեկ բան պիտի գուզեի ավելցնել at SNCF-ի բանը գործողությունը բանին հետ հрьяաների հետ ինչպես որ ասեցի ցեր ասարդու աշխարհը բզդիկցավ եւ շատ արագ բզդիկցավ եւ մենք պետք է օգտվենք at շարժումը եթե չենք օգտվիր Հայաստանը շատ վատ վիճակի մեջ պիտի լա եւ ուրիշներն գոկտվին եւ այսօրվա վիճակը Հայաստանի եւ Սփյուռքի վիճակը ամենավտանգավոր վիճակն է այսօր Ադորամար գուզենք որ գազմագերբել նոր գառույցը համաշխարհային Սփյուռքին համար որ ավելի լավ Գյանք ունենա հայ ժողովուրդը, Հայաստանը, Արցախը եւ ամբողջ հայկական շահերը։ Այսեր գուզեմ որ շատ օգտակար շրջան մնե, որովհետեւ բոլոր բիդությունների մեջ մենք քաղաքացի ենք։ Ժամանակին այդպես չի գար։ Այդպիսի իրավիճակ։ Մենք բաբաները բան էին, փախստական էին, Ֆրանսա, Ամերիկա եւ այլն։ Հիմա դարձան քաղաքացի, ուրեմն ուժ են, չէ՞, քվեգուդան, դեսանք բոքսեր ինչպես անցավ, կամ ուրիշ մեկ ինչպես անցավ, մենք գեդևինք ցեզի բանին Փարիզեն։ Բայց սերգուզեմ որ եթե այդ բոլոր թրագան գեդերը մեկ գոմ տնենք եւ լավ ուսումնասիրենք, եթե ատկոտը չնենք, վերջացած ենք։ Ինչ կսպասենք։ Չեմ հասկանալ։ Մերսի։
Point. He was very good point. He was trying just for those who didn't understand the Armenian. He was pointing out, guys, that the world is getting smaller and smaller, and that has benefits as well as dangers, and that the Armenians need to quickly change to familiarize themselves and get used to operating within that milieu. You see, and it's a very, very important point. That means you need to really change to deal with this incredibly fast globalization process. Last point from the bishop, Archbishop.
I know the conference is coming to the end. On behalf of everybody, I want to compliment you, Dr. Machin, for organizing such a high-level conference for our education, for everybody here. From the questions and the dissertations that we heard, we know that the question is quite complex. And we have many, many issues that obviously disturbing our community. And some 30 years ago, issues were totally different. Now, under new situation, new revolution in communication, whole world is changing, and we have such a nice dialogue with each other. But just not in the form of criticism. I hope that you would have included the role of the Armenian Church in the diaspora, what we have done, what we are supposed to do, and how much involvement we were in the community. Because by the time you organize secular organizations, already the church has come first and organized it, and like a chicken under her wings kept the children together. So in the future conference, please take into consideration. And your conference subject was the Armenian Diaspora, elective leadership, worldwide structure. And I hope that from this, some form of organization will generate, so that by coordinating with each other and creating harmony in the community, it's extremely important. I don't know whether we can organize a super United Nations for Armenians, but at least initiate a program that each organization, or political or secular or educational, instead of confronting with each other, at least coordinate their activities for the benefit of our children. I want you to know, I've served in this church so many years, and look at this, we have few young people, and I deal with the young people all my life. And the second and the third generation in every country, they are in the process of, we're losing them. But by our church, by our culture, by whatever you mean, Armenianism, that spirit that Saroyan spoke, if we can generate that, no matter where we go, that we will maintain that our identity, become positive citizens of the countries where we live, and will be respected. So I hope, if you cannot do it, from this conference, an organization will come in order to coordinate the activities. Perhaps, why not? Jewish people do it. International Congress somewhere in Europe, so delegates from all over the world. First attempt for this was organized several years ago in Moscow. Our Abrahamian became the chairman, but that became a more or less individual mission, that we would do it collective for all our nation, and that everybody will benefit. Let's put one thing in our mind. We are here to stay. It's not easy. All of us, 1 million people go to Armenia. They are living in Armenia. So if this is our home, we must cultivate plan, program, so that we remain not only identity, we become positive citizens of the country and productive members of the community at large. I want to compliment you, and I want all the speakers. God bless you.
His Eminence has put his finger on the right theme, harmony. Harmony. Nairi, you remember that, what you were trying to promote, the notion of harmony. Unless there's consensus, unless harmony among Armenian organizations and among Armenians, and unless more Armenians join this harmonious collectivity, especially the youth, then we're not going to succeed in any kind of attempt to regenerate ourselves and to establish any kind of global entity, global structure. I need to announce that ladies' glasses with a case have been found, and it's at the desk outside. If you've lost it, we'll keep it for you. But beyond that, is there anything else from the group? If not, then I'd like to thank you very much for coming and staying as long as you did. We are slightly behind schedule, almost 20 minutes, 25 minutes, but thank you for coming, and Godspeed to you all.